Ladies and gentlemen, friends, relatives, business partners, contributors, clients, dear employees, we come together today to mourn the loss of a great brand, OpenERP. Disruptive, friendly, inspiring, efficient, and open. Steve Jobs said, "If you keep your eye on the profit, you're going to skimp on the product. But if you focus on making really great products, then the profit will follow." You, my dear OpenERP, were all about that. Creating a true and solid suite of business applications. You had also the great power to say no. Deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do, you always said. Your imagination was infinite and your determination unbreakable. You always search to improve and increase your value proposition. I first met you, my dear OpenERP, in April 2010 at the farm, surrounded by cows and horses. Your dog welcomed me by beating me and whipping my suit off. I immediately felt under the charm of this unlikely project, and I remember you saying, "We will conquer the entire world, and when the world will be ours, then we will go beyond the infinite of the space." When I started working for you, my dear OpenERP, you just released version 5, followed by version 6. And now, sadly but true, before leaving us, you gave us version 7, the ultimate user experience ever, a true masterpiece. Today, we are all here to thank for the truest legacy of OpenERP. Yes?
You have a letter, sir.
It's for me?
It's for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Strange. Today, we are all here to thank for the truest legacy of OpenERP, and we will never forget you. We are bound forever with dedication, honor, and an unquenchable desire to carry on your project. But I see here, I just got a letter from OpenERP. Let me read it for you. Strange. Dear all, so funny to see you, sir.
Happiness is you, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Yeah. Well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Yeah. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. Yeah. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go! Bring me down. Can't none bring me down.
Okay, guys, now is the moment to start and to kick off this Open Days. We have a brand new brand, which is fantastic, Odoo over here. But the Open Days is Odoo, but many more things is going to happen as well. We have 2,000 professionals attending to this event. We have 70 plus countries represented. We have 135 talks in total, 31 partners track, 29 business track, 43 functional track, 32 developer sessions for you guys. We have 10 and plus exhibitors. But it's not finished. We're going to have 30 websites built up during those 3 days, downstairs in the hall. And we have the number one here. The number one is a visionary talent. And I want you to make some noise for Fabien Pinckaers, the founder. Come on. Good.
Hello. Making companies more efficient is my love, my work, my passion, and what I think about all day, every day, like most of you today. And the reason why, and that's the reason why in 2005, in this university actually, we started to develop an open source ERP. At that time, ERP were the event of management software. They were able to integrate all the business processes in one single application that automates 80% of your tasks and that really empower the company. But they were also very complex. The ERP were dedicated to big companies and SMEs didn't have anything to implement. So we wanted to make something different because we think that enterprise deserves more than just a tool to manage the business process. At Odoo, what we want to do is to create software for users. We think that today, management software should empower your user. And that's what's important, and that's what makes Odoo different since the beginning. We need software, and modern companies need a software that allows to build more with less effort. A tool that makes its employee better, more productive, and we think that employees deserve to have the right information at the right time, at the right place, without any effort. And that's what we do at Odoo. And in our quest to fight against the waste of time in most companies, 1.5 years ago, we started to analyze all the business process in a lot of customers. And we noticed one thing that was very important. Most of the companies knew that integrating the sales management and the inventory management was very important, or the sales management and the accounting was very important. That was the backend. But we noticed something very important is that in most companies, the interface between the front end, your website, your emails, your customers, and the back end, accounting, CRM, sales management, was the biggest waste of time we could ever see. And the funny thing is that nobody, for no one, succeeded to integrate fully the front end and the back end. All we had is interfaces between both that were very heavy. Everything was manual, so it was really a pain. And so we decided that we wanted to fix this. But so we analyzed all the CMS, and we noticed something very complex. Most of the CMS are very complex. If you need to design a new page, you will need a designer to design the page, a developer to implement what the designer designed, and only after the marketing team can work and implement the content for your website. As we did with the ERP, we wanted to do something, if we enter in the CMS and the front-end markets, we wanted to do something which is very easy, that doesn't have any pain, that's where you can build landing pages 5 minutes, roll up your e-commerce in a few hours, and that's why we launched our CMS application. But before that, I will show you how it works in traditional CMS. That's Drupal, the CMS we use for our preceding version of our website. It's a great software because it's built by a Belgian, like me. But can you feel the difficulty to build a web page? You have to put your content here as HTML. You can do bold, italic, and things like that. It's very complex. It's still software that are developed by developers and not developed for users, for developers and not for users. And as we always did with Odoo, we want to build software that are done by developers. We want a marketing team that is able to launch landing pages 5 minutes. We want a marketing team that can manage the e-commerce very easily. So here is what we did. That's the new website of Odoo. When you subscribe, you will get exactly the same thing than here. I didn't develop anything special unless that I installed the Odoo theme. If you want to create a page with Odoo, no, it's super easy. No need to find the administration panel in order to modify the footer. You just write like this and it works. Great company for great people. And I changed the footer and it will apply to every page. If you want to create a home page, very easy. You just take snippets, building blocks, you drag and drop, and you can design whatever you want in just a few minutes. So let's put a title, my website. And let's make it in a color, like this. And I will play a bit with this image. I will change the context. And a team, we design, we redevelop, and we rethink how we see the CMS. A traditional CMS have teams that are static. We wanted a teams that allows to build with building blocks like a Lego. So we did this building block system, and every block is fully customizable. So if I wanted to turn this image into an iMac, I just do that. And it was part of our team that, to have this kind of images. And let's transform this picture to make something more appealing, like this. Like this, I will resize. And that's, in just a few seconds, I built the homepage of the Odoo website. So if you check on the Odoo website, you will have the same homepage that has been built in just a few seconds by a marketing team, not by developers, not by designers. It directly worked out of the box. And once we finished our CMS system, we were able to roll out a website in 1 week with all the features, the forum, all the features that we have in our website. So if I want to put some extra features, I just drag and drop here, and I can play and make it more, let's say I want 4 features. I just drag and drop, like this, and duplicate, and I will change this one. I duplicate, and I will change this picture into another one. Let's say a road. Here it is. And in 50 seconds, you can build your website without design, without anything. So it's great, because now companies can design, and the users and the marketing team have the power to design things. And it's beautiful. It's designed so that it respects a grid. You know, every designer works with a grid in mind, with different columns, so everything is aligned correctly. You have the middle here, which is respected, so everything is clean like if it has been done by a designer, and I'm not a designer. So that's the power of Odoo CMS. It allows you to build websites just like that in a few seconds. But remember what I told you last year during the Odoo days? Last year I said you something. I said you the thing which makes OpenERP unique is that we are not an ERP like traditional ERP players. Traditional ERP players have a lot of features. They will manage all your process, they will integrate your accounting with your inventory, with your sales. And they have a so big system that they can only grow in terms of feature. They cannot grow in terms of usability like you would have with mobile applications or recent SaaS players. And in the other hand, you have the new entrants like Basecamp, Salesforce, that have one feature, but that grew in terms of usability and quality. The thing that makes OpenERP unique, Odoo unique, is once we do something, it automatically applies to all the application of Odoo. So if we improve the feature or something, all the applications will become better. And this allows us to grow in that direction. And that's what makes Odoo unique, because the value of a system is the number of applications or feature or scope is able to manage, multiplied by the quality or the usability of the system. If we apply this to the CMS, we have the same thing. So we developed a CMS, but it's not just a CMS. It's the front end of all Odoo applications. So by doing this front end, all our application becomes better. Let me show you something. In Odoo, we already had the recruitment application that's very cool. That is fully integrated with email. You receive some resumes. It's integrated automatically in the system. You can track your job positions and the recruitments in progress, track the applicants, their resume are automatically indexed. So it's a great application. It allows to manage all your recruitment very easily. Full drag and drop and all the things. But the recruitment application that is not able to publish job offers is only half an application. So by doing the front end, now this application has its front end too. So if I move to the website, I can now publish job offers very easily that are fully integrated with the system. So if I recruit new employees, the number of open job positions will decrease automatically. Everything is synchronized. If I go to a job position, I have the real description of the job position, and I can apply online. And of course, everything is fully customizable. Huh? You can just click change, or say I want to add some responsibilities. So it's very easy to change every page, even the dynamic ones like this job position. And you save your page in just one click. So by having integrated everything, we can now jump to the backend. Oh, the backend. By having integrated everything, every application is better. Your recruitment application is better because you can publish the position in one click. And people can track your jobs, the number of applicants, and you can design jobs offers that are very clean because it has been designed to develop very beautiful pages. Once we released this application for our own website, we started to see tweets from people that said, I never saw a developer job offer that is so clean. And that's mostly because of the CMS system that allowed us to design such beautiful pages. But every application has its front end. So if I take the sales management, that is an application that we have in Odoo since a few years, where you can manage quotations, sales order, anything like that. Of course, its front end is the e-commerce. So the e-commerce is just one layer, the front end of the sales management application. So we already had everything in Odoo. We already had the quotation, the management of delivery orders, of price lists, complex price lists, discounts, all the things already existed in Odoo. So we just needed to develop this front end that allowed to display these products. So it's just 3 pages, the product page and the cards. And now you have a full e-commerce that is fully customizable. So if I want to add product categories, in just one click I add some product categories. If I want to change the price of my product, as everything is fully integrated, I just change the price and the name, iPad Retina display, right? And it works. So the marketing team has a real power now, which I change the product. So if I go to my inside sales, they will continue to sell iPad Retina display white. Of course, you need the product access rights to be able to do that. And we not only design a shop, but we design it in the Odoo way. Means you can really control everything, you can make it beautiful. Most of the e-commerce today are like Amazon, very structured. Product, description, some title, description. So it's very structured. You can design beautiful pages. What we wanted to do is an e-commerce that allows you to design pages like Apple. You know the Apple where they design and they show the product very beautifully with pictures and all the things. So we did it. You can let's say I want to push this iPad with a promotion. I'd make it bigger, or let's say even bigger, like this. I will add sale reborn. You see, it's very easy. No need for a backend. You don't need to find the product in your settings and apply some parameters so that it's bigger. You want to promote something, you push it. You make it bigger, you change, and it's very easy. And you just click save, and your page is saved. And you can change everything. So here is the description of a product. You can really design beautiful page that allows you to sell even more your products. So let's drag and drop as an example. I will put a big picture like this. I will make an effect. Let's say that I want to put this on a background color, red, and I want this page like this. And here it is. In just a few clicks, you design things that are very clean. The layout is clean. It respects the grid. It follows the theme. If I want to make this glue to the other one, I will just drag and drop like this, and that's even more clean. So now with Odoo Commerce, you can do beautiful e-commerce like no other e-commerce allows to do. But as we have the Odoo backend, not only we have a very strong front end, but we also have all the power of Odoo that no other e-commerce is able to do, because the backend was the strength of Odoo. We can manage variants of products, multiple color, complex price lists, discounts, complex delivery mechanism, drop shipping, cross shipping. So as we still have Odoo on the backend, everything is fully integrated and works out of the box without anything to do. Okay, think about it for 5 minutes. Having the front end and the back end integrated is super important. And it changed everything. We don't even think about it today, but we will discover so many things that we can do with having the backend and the front end integrated. Let's make an example. If you want your marketing team to design a mass mailing campaign, if you want your marketing team to design mass mailing campaign, what do you need to do? You need to ask developers to integrate a form on your website to attract some leads. This form will create data in a database. You need to export this data in a CSV file, put them in Email Vision or MailChimp or a mass mailing system. Use this mass mailing. This mass mailing, you will get some answer and push this answer into the CRM. It's very, very complex, just to send emails and attract some new leads. By having integrated the full sales and marketing process, everything becomes easy in Odoo. If I want to integrate marketing lead acquisition in my form, that's very easy. I just take a new content like a subscription to a newsletter, I drop it here, I select my newsletter, because I can segment on different customers. Here it is, so now people can subscribe directly from the homepage. And I will subscribe like this. And after, if the marketing team needs to send the mass mailing, we also developed every feature of MailChimp. So you go now to the sales, they just go to sales. Let's say I want to launch a new, to marketing. I will send a new mailing. Here is my subject. Odoo, the new OpenERP. I can select a mailing list, but as everything is integrated, I can also send a mailing to my leads, my opportunities, people that purchase something at my company, for the recruitment, for the HR. So it's very easy. I just select a mailing list for records, and now I can design my mail. Design my email. I can select a template. And just with a few clicks, nothing to integrate, no need to import your CSV of prospects, no need to have a separate system to do mass mailing. You just drag and drop. Okay, I will do my mail like this. Odoo, the new OpenERP, with some pictures like that. You just drag and drop, and it's the same feature. So once we develop the CMS, we now really have the CMS of every application. Our mass mailing system is much better because we can design templates. Our sales management application is much better because we have e-commerce. And everything is fully integrated, so the full flow from lead acquisition to managing mailing lists, to sending email, to converting this into leads, because if someone replies to this email, I will receive a lead in my CRM. To convert the replies into leads, everything is fully integrated and work just with a few clicks. That's why doing the front end and the back end changes everything. It's not just the CMS, it's the front end to every application of Odoo. But I think it's much more than that. Remember when we launched the web client of Odoo, we said the web client will change everything, and actually it does. It did it. So it changed because now we have Kanban views and opportunities to manage your sales funnel. We have a real integration with the communication with our prospects and so on. And it's the same for the CMS. I think the CMS is a game changer that is as important as the web client and the SaaS offer of Odoo. And it will allow us to develop things we don't even think of today. Let's make an example. Let's take a very traditional application like the quotation builder. I can send my email, of course. If I save and continue, I just need one click and my email is sent to my system, and I can configure if I want that the replies creates leads or goes to the CRM and so on. So let's take a basic application, which is the quote builder. In most of the sales applications, you can create quote like this. So I will do a quote to this guy. Like this, I select a template and pre-select. So I will sell a partnership contract with a functional training and a technical training. And if I print it, it renders like this. And you have a traditional quotation with a few products, and then the total and the tax if you install accounting. And that's your quotation. That's great. Every software in the world do that. Every sales management software in the world do that. But since we have the CMS and the web page builder integrated, everything can change. And we can improve the productivity of your salesperson by making quotations that are much better. Let's have a look. Instead of sending a simple PDF to my customer, here is what the customer of Odoo will receive. This is your quotation height. Here is our partnership offer. It includes a valuable product, a strong demand, high margins, and all the features. You have access to a dedicated account manager. You can be certified. You get access to leads. You benefit from the Odoo branding. And you can really describe these templates, all your products, so that you improve the value proposition, your value proposition. And you can describe everything, and you can even change. Everything is fully changed. So if I want to change the content of my training session, I just change here, and we will have a specific focus on workflow designer. So easy, you just click edit and save, and you can change your quotation. Let's say, as discussed on Monday, here is blah, 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 and you can quote for your particular customer. And since it's online, everything is better. Now you really have your quote, which is beautiful. That's the price with a 10% discount, and that's your advantage. And it's fully integrated, so the customer can answer, oh, please give me 1 seat more for the training. And the salesperson following this quotation will receive the comment automatically, and they will adapt the quote. So it's very easy to discuss, adapt, change your proposal, and you can integrate some options. And at the end, the customer can even accept online. So if I accept, okay, my name is Fabien, and I sign this order. Here it is. It's very funny, but it's legal, at least in the United States and in Belgium. But think about it for 5 minutes. What's the normal process? Normally, your customer have to call. I need a quotation about this, this, this. You send a PDF. You receive a PDF by email. He has to discuss by email, I need one option more, I need more options. Do your product include that thing, this thing, and so on. So you need to better, the salesperson have to explain everything. So it takes hours. And after that, the whole negotiation, you don't have the history. Here we even have the history if the customer see the quotation. So we receive, the salesperson receives an alert when the customer see his quotation. And I will show you after that he can directly interact in real time with the live chat. And you have an offer which is much better than the traditional PDF, which just 2 lines, here is a quotation. We didn't have numbers yet, but I'm pretty sure that it will, at least for ourselves, increase our sales by 20%, just because our offers are very clean, made in a few seconds instead of a few minutes, and so on. So that's a good example of what the front-end and the back-end integration change. Every concept of enterprise management software can be reinvented by this, and this gives something that nobody else than Odoo can have. Because in order to achieve such a level of quality, you need to manage so many apps, like the sales, the inventory, the front end, the website. So nobody in the world will be able to do that before a few years. So it's incredible. And it goes much, much more than this. Suppose my customer is visiting my website and you want to buy something on my e-commerce, or he's seeing my quotation like here. What we can do with Odoo 9, you can chat in real time with your employee, like before, but also with your customers. So you can configure some alerts, like this, and you will be able to chat with your customer. Hello, how can I help you? And you can configure triggers. When my customer is viewing my quotation, I want to trigger a pop-up, and I want to chat with him. Or when we will launch a promotion, I want to discuss with every customer that have a look at this product page. So you can trigger a chat request on the visitor site. Can I help you? And it appears on the browser of my visitor, which is here. It can be your website or even your application. And we designed this system for ourselves because one of the strategy, we explain the strategy of Odoo tomorrow, but one of the things in our strategy is to have excellence in the customer service. But to reach excellence in the customer service, it's not only having good people answering tickets in 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever. To reach excellence in customer service, you have to do the real time. So here, a customer that has a problem in the system, he can say, okay, I have a problem, I can chat directly with the support. And if the problem is complex, he can share his screen. Just click here, and the customer service or the sales operator, he has a full access to his screen. Nothing to install. Nothing to install, nothing to configure. 1 click, and you get an access to the screen of your visitor. And you can even do it without asking for his permission, so that you can track what your visitors are doing on your website, and launch a pop-up, may I help you, if they are looking for a specific product or looking for a specific promotion. So you can really build a strong customer service or a strong sales techniques based on this system. And everything changed. So the customer service or the sales operators see the screen in real time. You see if I change the screen like this. It's a bit slow because I'm on the web, but it will follow, you see? So the customer service or the sales operator gets a direct overview of what the customer is doing. Everything becomes real time. And we can do that because we have the front end. We manage the website. We manage the marketing and the social activities. We have the tracking of everyone. We can interact on sales because we manage quotation. We can interact with customer service because we manage projects. So it leverages all the applications of Odoo because now we can integrate real time on every system. You have a problem with your delivery order, just click, share, and you can share and discuss on the delivery order. It's just one click. So yes, the front end and the back end integration change everything. We can design apps that were not possible before because we have the power of designing very beautiful page or controlling the user experience directly in our management system. But Odoo version 8 is much more than that. We have 135 conferences during these 3 days because on Odoo version 8 we have more than 500 improvements to show you. Really a lot. So I will not go into the details of every improvement we did, but you keep in mind one thing. All our focus is to empower your user. Our main focus is this. We want your user to be more efficient. We want your user to do things in a few seconds where before they needed a few minutes to do it. So most of the improvements we did in version 8 was around this concept. So let's make a simple example. One of the most painful operation in any accounting software, and I think any accountant will confirm you that, is the bank reconciliation process. Bank reconciliation is painful. You have thousands of invoices, thousands of payments. You have to reconcile both. Odoo will reconcile 80-90% automatically because of rules. You will detect based on the bank account and things like that. So 90% will be automated, but the 10% is a nightmare on every application. So we had to fix that. We can't accept to have a content that takes days and days and days just to do reconciliation. It's an administrative process. So we fixed this process too. So if I go to the accounting application, and that's just one example. Oh, I have to go on my production database. That's just one example of the kind of improvement we did and the direction we follow with Odoo version 8. So I have lots of invoices and bank statements. Most of the bank statements have been reconciled automatically. But if I want to reconcile, do the other ones. Here is how it looks like. First, OpenERP prepares you everything. We design a screen that is exactly the main concept that the accountant have in mind with the journal entries in T. And Odoo proposes you automatically. So we have a payment of 2,000 euro. It proposed to reconcile with this invoice of 650 euro. But there is an open balance of 1,300. So what can I do? Maybe I will take this one in the payment. So I still have an open balance of 800 euro. But I can say, OK, I will put this in profit and loss. And in just 2 clicks, my accounting entries is reconciled. And I just click here. I can take the proposition like this. So it's very easy to implement. And if a partner is, because sometimes it doesn't detect the partner, you just select the partner and you correct. And at the end, I put too many wrong accounting entries. Let's make it, that's not a problem. OK, profit and loss. And in just a few clicks, you can reconcile. And it goes around 5 times faster than what we used to do before. So it's very efficient. Huh? And at the end, yeah, congrats, you did it in 1 minute, 15 seconds to reconcile 10 transactions. And it looks like a small gamification concept or whatever. But having your accountant that does his jobs in 2 days instead of 2 weeks, it really matters. And what we did with Odoo version 8 is to apply this kind of component on everything. So we made interfaces for users so that they are productive. So we want your employee to do more in less time. And we did that for every other application. We reviewed completely the warehouse management application. Myself and the team, but I did it also too, I read the 650 pages of the inventory management documentation of SAP. So our goal was to say, we want to do all the features, because that's where OpenERP is good, so we designed something that covers all the features. But we wanted to do it in the Odoo way. We wanted to do something that is very simple, that works in just a few minutes, just a very limited number of tables in the database. And we did it. You will see in the workshops that you have in the hall, and a different presentation that now we have a warehouse management application that have been redeveloped completely from scratch. It's one of the biggest projects of Odoo version 8. And we can manage drop shipping, cross-dock, multi-warehouse, push-pull rules, put-away strategy, removal strategy, full barcode, lot management. But the thing is, not only we cover very complex needs, but we make it super simple. It was very simple to develop, only 3 developers for 1 year. It's not that much. And at the end, we made user tests, and with our user tests, people can do a sale order that generates a cross-docking plus pick, pack, ship operation and deliver the customer in less than 5 minutes. So no orders, and without the barcode. If we use the barcode, everything can be done with the barcode scanner. It takes only 3 minutes. So we designed something which is from the beginning, the sale to the delivery, which is very, very simple, but at the same time that cover all your business process, because it's the strength of Odoo. We can meet any company and say, yeah, we can do it, and it becomes more and more true. It is actually true for 95% of the companies we met today, out of the box. And it's the same for every other thing. So in version 7, we had a very good point of sale, but now we improved it at much better. We integrated everything for the point of sale. So if I take my point of sale, I can sell something. Now it works on iPad. You just put an iPad, a printer, and it works out of the box. We designed the post box. It costs only €100 that make the bridge between your iPad and all the USB materials. And now we just plug and play with €12 per user. You have a full point of sale that you can deploy in a few hours. Usually, deploying a new shop, it takes a lot of effort because you have to synchronize with your inventory, your procurement to get the products from the whole warehouse. Everything is fully integrated. It's still offline. It works offline. So if the system disconnects, it's embedded in the browser, so it continues to work. It works completely with barcode scanner and things like that. So I can just put some Chaudfontaine in my order. I can do everything that we need in a point of sale. So I pay by cash. And it prints, open the cash box, and all the things. We also designed the system for restaurants, so you can have your dresser that with an iPad in the restaurant and take the orders directly in the restaurant. We did the split tickets, all the things. So that's all the things we did in version A. We took all our existing application, not new application, and we made it perfect. And you have some presentation within the next 2 days to show you that into the details. Think about it a few seconds. Today, Odoo is the only software in the world that is able to integrate your sales force. We manage inside sales with sales, quotation, e-commerce, and point of sale. So all your sales channels are integrated, and it changes everything. You don't have any inventory issues anymore. Your inventory is correct because everything is integrated. You don't have very complex ETL to synchronize data between your inside sale, your e-commerce, your point of sale, your inventory, your accounting. Everything is integrated by default. And you can grow with Odoo. If you start just with inside sales, 2 clicks and then you have an e-commerce. 2 clicks more and you have a point of sale. So it's very efficient. And since we have all the data at the same place, we also disrupt something which is very complex, business intelligence. Business intelligence systems are great. It's cubes where you can analyze, do some drill up, drill down, filters on the data. It's very efficient. We changed the way we see also business intelligence because since we have all the data inside the same database, we don't need anymore to consolidate with data warehouse, ETL to synchronize the data. Everything becomes simple. So now we integrated cubes analysis on every document of Odoo. So if I go to let's say the opportunities analysis, I have a cube where my opportunities by stage, new, qualification, proposition, negotiation, total. I can do some drill down by, let's say, expected closing months. And in the months, I want to drill down expected closing day. Or I want to do it by salesperson. And I can check my pipe, emphasize on the odd deals. Or I can drill down here, let's say, by creation months, like this. Or I can turn this into a graph. stack my graph like this. So I don't want the new opportunities, only the qualification and the proposition. So see, everything is simple, and you can drill down, drill up, filters, group by, apply some filters by country, save this and put this in your dashboard, add some measure, and everything is super fast. You see, the page reloads in just 100 centimeters a second. It's faster. For web application, it's super fast. And because it's simple. We were allowed to do that because it's simple. Normally, if you want to do that, you have to create a data warehouse, take a business intelligence, take your data from different applications, put in your data warehouse, design cubes, and use the cubes that allows you to render only a few KPIs. Now we have all the KPIs fully flexible in all the tables and all the documents of Odoo. So all your activities. And you can deploy that in a few minutes. It's not anymore a project to deploy business intelligence. Before, we needed a project. Sometimes deploying a business intelligence application costs more than deploying an ERP. Now it's just a matter of hours. Just creating the KPI, the default filters for the sales director, and you have your application that is up and running. And it's super powerful. You have any kind of data on end. You can export to Excel, save that in your dashboard, all the things. And that's just the beginning, because tomorrow, that was everything I showed you today is what's existing in Odoo version 8, that will be released in a few days. But tomorrow I will present you Odoo 9, and you will see that will be even more incredible. But before that, I want to present you Antony Lesuisse, which is our Chief Technical Officer, that will present you. No need to introduce himself. Non. Et c'est sous Wi-Fi? Je l'ai sur mon ordi.
Non, je peux pas faire avec ton ordi. Non, c'est pas ça, c'est que ça déconne, je sais pas. Oui, mais j'ai besoin d'un adaptateur. Si tu peux faire passer, je vais vite le chercher. Ok, oui.
So waiting for Antony. As a reminder, you can tweet with the hashtag Opendays, and we will show all the tweets there. So let's spread the even bigger than this. And Antony will show you the new framework of Odoo version 8. So you will see incredible thing, full integration with the SaaS. You can develop new themes in a few minutes, all sort of things. But his presentation is so incredible that he needs a few minutes to make it up and running. Ah, he's here.
Oh, I don't need a cable. Actually, Wi-Fi is working now, so. C'est super long, donc ma démo, ça va pas aller. Non, c'est dans ma... C'est mon truc, ok. Non. Ok. Ok. Mhm. Voilà. Ah. Mhm. Yeah, I'm trying to get the network working. Yeah. Up here. No, it's working. Sorry for the delay. I'm Antony Lesuisse, and I'm the CTO of Odoo. With my team, we develop the Odoo framework, we develop the built-in apps, we manage the cloud, the Odoo cloud, and we also do a lot of bug fixes. And finally, we process your feedback, the community feedbacks every day. Developers, developers, developers. Odoo has a long story. It started with Tiny ERP, then became Open ERP, and now it is Odoo. One of the reasons we changed our name is because we think now Odoo is more than just an ERP system. You can use Odoo to build business application, but you can also use it to build web application. You can also use the CMS just as a publishing platform for publishing just simple websites. So we need to attract developers that are outside the ERP community. Odoo can be used for simpler things, but you know that underneath you have the full power of a full ERP system when you need it. And that's the reason why we now have a goal to make it more developer-friendly. I think it's similar of what we've done about the user experience. If you compare Tiny ERP 4 with Odoo 8, you can see that it's much more easier to use. So now we want to do the same for the developer point of view. We want to make it very easy to get started developing Odoo apps, debugging them, and then shipping them. Developers, but also designers, because now we are a full web framework, and we are a publishing framework also with the CMS feature, so we need to attract designers, and we want to give them really easy tools to do their job. Because I think Odoo can be a great platform for a designer to create their content and to publish it. So I think Fabien showed you the slide. I really like it. It's you, Odoo, and you using all the power that Odoo gives you. So one of the first things we did to simplify things is that we switched from our Bazaar versioning system to Git. Git has won the VCS war. You may like it or not, but it's a fact now. Git has won the war. And we also switched from the Launchpad website to host our code to GitHub. But for me, there's something more important that happened. It's that we merged our 3 repositories into only 1 repository. So before, if you wanted to make a change to the code that affected both the add-ons repository and the server repository, you had to submit 2 merge proposals, then get them merged. So it was very complex to develop OpenERP itself, so what we do every day, and it was also complex for you to contribute. So with just 1 repository, I think it's much more simple. And we also introduce a one-line command that gets you started with Odoo development. I will show you on the GitHub page. If you go on the GitHub page, I will. Can you read? Yeah. So by typing this command in your terminal, it will download the Git repository, and it will also install all the needed dependency to run Odoo. So in one command, you're ready to develop. After, you can follow the link and follow the developer tutorial. Let's go back to my slide. Also, yeah, we have 1 command to get you started, and we simplify the process we use to process the community feedback. So there's only 1 process now. You make a pull request, and then it's reviewed, and it's only 1 channel. Before, it was different channel depending on the repository, and it was more complex. So now, but the thing we still use is the continuous integration server. Its name is runbot. And what it does, if, for example, you submit a pull request, it will test this pull request and will flag the commit red or green, depending on the result of the test. But there's one thing more, there's 1 extra feature that runbot has and that other continuous integration server don't have, is that it keeps 1 copy of your commit running live with a database with everything installed. So it means that you can log in inside and test your code and test if it affects other module or not. So I will show you an example. Let's go runbot.odoo.com. Okay, let's take for example, this pull request. So it's a proposition by Pedro Baeza. I don't know if he's in the room. To refactor the Spanish localization. I think what he did is he used a new feature in templates so that you don't have 3 different templates depending on 3 different use cases. You have 1 template, and then you extend it, and you just give the difference from that main template. We use it for the Anglo-Saxon accounting. For the US accounting, I know that we use it. So, oh, yeah, this one was merged already. But if it was not merged, and you can see here anyway, the commit was green. So it means that runbot tested it, and he said it's green. And that's the page on runbot. And you can see there were a few warnings, but no error. And there is a blue button here. And if you click on the blue button, you go right into a database with this particular commit, and you can log in and play with it. So I would log, I would go into account, I would try to install the Spanish localization. So it's very easy for us to validate from a functional point of view that the patch does what is said and doesn't affect, doesn't have bad side effect. After, of course, you have also the code review, but it means that we can have a quick functional review of the pull request. And you can use it. If you make a pull request, you just wait a few minutes and runbot will build it, and you can go inside and play with it. Let's go back to my slides. So that's one thing. Another thing is that Odoo comes with a nicer object relational mapping API. You can see a very small example here. What is an object relational mapper? It's a layer in the framework that maps your business object with what happens in the database. And it hides you all the complexity of the database and showed you a nice object-oriented API. So, for example, here we have an event. And an event is made, here it's a very, very simple event. It has a list of registration and a field that count the number of people registered. So there is a concept very important in OpenERP, is the concept of function field. So it's attributes of the business object that you can compute. So for example, here we have a function field. And function field in Odoo, you can recognize them by the compute attribute. You see here you can see compute. So it means that this field, if we need to compute this field, we will call this function, and this function is defined below. And what it does, it just takes the list of registration and it takes the size and set it. And you can see also that above the function, you have registration IDs. It means that with the decorator depends. It means that if the registration IDs change, then you should compute against the function. It's normal. If there's somebody that register to the event, then we have to update the count and increase it. This, for people who know OpenERP, replaced totally the store dictionary, and the store dictionary was quite a mess. So it's much more cleaner this way. Another change that we did, we finally fixed the unchanged API. What is unchanged? It's an event that you want to happen when somebody fill a field. So for example, here it's an event, and you can select different types of events. For example, you can select a conference or a concert, and depending on that event, you want to update automatically the maximum number of seats available. So for a concert, it can be maybe 5,000 people, but for a conference, it could be only 50. So we use an unchange to do that. And it's very simple to express now. You say, if somebody changed the field types, then please call my function. And what the function do, it can do anything. It can update any other fields. And here, what it updates, it says, okay, the type has changed, so I will update the number of seats available, and I will take the number of seats available from the event type. Why people complained about unchanged in the past? It's because it was not fully modular. Now, with this new API, it's fully modular. So any module can extend any unchange or add new unchange. They don't rely on the position of argument anymore. And there's something more subtle, probably you noticed. It's that in those two slides, we didn't see any CR, UID, nor context. They're not gone. They're still there, but we don't need to make them appear unless we need them. So by default, on the self object is bound to the context and the UID and the different IDs. So if I want to, for example, update the context, I can do it. Oops. It's content editable, but tab doesn't work, so yeah. I can do self with context and then give key value to update the context. So it's still there. The mechanism didn't change. It's just that we hide it because most of the time you didn't need to change it and you were passing UID and context and it was making the code ugly. So I think that those three things, but there are many more things, were probably the most annoying thing about the old API. But there are also plenty of new things, and I will show you after my presentation the different talk you should go if you want to learn more about this. Yeah, I said that now we are a full web framework. And in version 7, we already had a HTTP layer, but it was a bit clumsy. And now we really have a good HTTP layer. And our HTTP layer is built on Workzug, and it uses Workzug roots. So if you're familiar with Flask, it's very easy for you to switch to Odoo. So this is a very simple controller. What is a controller? A controller is simply a function that will reply to a certain address. Here, if I go on the website, on the page, the URL hello, it will simply return hello world. That's the simplest controller. And we have a security mechanism built in our controller. So you can have controllers that are public. It means that you don't need to be logged in the system to access them. And you can have also controllers that are only available to users. And also, we have the concept of semantic root. What is a semantic root? In most web framework, when you define a root, you define a root like prod and then, for example, an integer. And the integer will be the ID of the product. In OpenERP, you say, no, this root will represent the business object product. So it will really be a product. And when you write that, what you receive as an argument is really a product. So this controller just returns the name of the product. And because, thanks to the security mechanism in OpenERP, of course, if you don't have the right to access this object, then you will get an error. So the security is enforced by using those semantic roots. Yeah, there's also a new concept in Odoo. It's the templates, the QWeb templates. So if you're an OpenERP developer, you're probably used to list view, form view, and Kanban view. QWeb templates are simply a new kind of view. And these views are used to render HTML. They actually can be used to render anything, but most of the time we want to render HTML. And that's also what we use to generate PDF reports, because in Odoo, a web page or a report is almost the same. The difference is that for a report, after generating the page, we will convert it to a PDF, but the mechanism is exactly the same. So these templates are used to generate web page and to generate reports. And they have maybe a strange syntax, but I will explain the main advantage about this syntax. So there are just magic attributes on the elements of the XML. So here, for example, you have a simple template that will display a list of product. It will iterate to product and display the name, and then it will add the link to buy the product. So there's only a few magic attributes, about, I think, 7. That's the only thing you need to know. You see here, there's an attribute called tfield. So it means just output the field of this business object, and it will output it correctly. So if it's an image, it will be an image. If it's a string, it will be a string. If it's a date, it will be formatted correctly, and you can give option. And because of this mechanism of T-field, what you saw in the demo of Fabien is possible. Because when we render a web page, we know where the data comes from. So we know that this is not just a string. It's the name of a product. So when you edit it in the what you see is what you get editor, we can save it back where it comes from. So this is really powerful. It's by adding some semantics, both at the root level and here in the templates, that we can do things that are much more powerful compared to usual framework. Because those frameworks, they don't have on the template level the knowledge of what is really displayed. Yeah. So, but the great advantage of using those templates is the modularity. I said earlier that people complain all the time about unchanged because they were not modular. So, and we also had report in OpenERP and they were not modular. With QWeb templates, everything is modular, and it's fully modular. And by fully modular, I make a difference between fully modular and modular. Modular is when the person who designed the system in advance think of what we will do of a system, and he will create hooks to allow people to extend it. But by fully modular, I mean that you can extend the system in a way that the person who designed it didn't think of. So you can extend anything. So for example, here you have this template, and you want to say in your own module, no, I don't want to use this template like this. I would like to say by now, not just by. And you can do it. And you can do it using the mechanism that you already know in OpenERP, using a XPath, and then using the position inside, you say, okay, let's go in this node, and let's add something, the string no. And so you will get a report or a page that display by now. So it means that for every report in OpenERP, like the sales order, the invoice, it's fully modular now. In your module, you can extend it. And I think it's a great leap for OpenERP. Sorry, for Odoo. Yeah, if you create an Odoo module that contains only data, such as web pages, it can contain also maybe assets like images and CSS file and JavaScript, then it's a data-only module, and it can be used as a theme, in a theme. In OpenERP, a theme is not what we think of a theme in the other system. In OpenERP, a theme is a set of reusable components that you can use on the page. You saw the different snippet that Fabien used during his demo. So, as a designer, you can think of maybe I could build some different bricks that people can use themselves to create their own websites. And I will bundle all those different bricks together into a theme. So I think it's really great for a designer, because usually the designer was thinking of a layout. So he was constructing a layout, he was choosing the color, but it was not giving the tools for the user to create its own website. So I think it really changed the way a designer can work and provide their creativity in service of people who will reuse it in a business perspective. We have one theme one new theme in OpenERP in Odoo, and you can see it if you do the workshop build your website. I recommend you to do it because it's really great. Yeah. Okay, there's something more. We added an Odoo command. With the Odoo command, you can start your Odoo framework. But you can also use it to scaffold new modules. And I will show you in a few minutes a demonstration. And you can also use it to deploy your module on a server. So I will show you a real example. And now the question that you probably want to ask me, when will it be released? I wanted to release it now in live, but unfortunately, there's 3 things I want to get into the V8 before we released it. The V8, as it is now, so the master branch contains everything we need already in terms of data model, and so the object won't change. And from a functional point of view, we have already everything. There's 3 things we need to do. It's renaming OpenERP into Odoo. And you can see that until we do that, I still make the mistake. I hope that after we rename the code, I won't make mistake anymore. We will also unify the top menu. You probably saw during the demo of Fabien that he was switching sometimes between the backend and the frontend. And switching from one to another is a bit clumsy. So we have a solution for that, and it's a branch that unifies the way we present the top bar, both in the backend and in the frontend. And it makes things much more smooth when you switch from one to another. So we need to merge that too. And also, there's a branch about the search view. We want the search view to stay always visible, because sometimes when you have a lot of data, it disappears, and you have to scroll your browser to go back to the search view, and it's very annoying. That's something we want to fix. And also, we want to change the way extended search is displayed. At the moment, it's displayed in a pop-up, and we want to display it inline. There are 3 branches to do that, but they are not merged. They will be merged next week. And I will explain you how we now do the release internally. So every month or 2 months, we create a new branch called SaaS and a number. And the SaaS version you're using during the community days is SaaS 5. And when we create such a branch, we migrate our OpenERP internally to that branch. And so we eat our own dog food first. So we fix the bug we encounter internally, and when it's running smoothly internally, then we deploy it on the SaaS for our customers. And sometimes more bugs arise, and we fix them. And once every bug is fixed, and we don't have any complaint from any user, it means that it has been battle tested by hundreds of users. So we are sure that, we are not sure there are no bugs anymore, but there are no more obvious bugs or bugs that you take 1,000 of people, you ask them to use OpenERP during 3 weeks, and they won't find a bug. So when it's ready, we are ready to move to the next SaaS phase. So next week, what will happen? Those 3 branches will be merged, and we will switch internally to SaaS 6. And we give ourselves 1 week to test it internally and fix the bug that may arise. And then after, we will start to deploy it on the SaaS. And we give ourselves 3 weeks. Usually, there are a few bugs during the first week, and then it's okay. But I give myself a safe period of 3 weeks. And then, on the 7th of July, we will bless the SaaS 6 branch as V8. So for you, the experience will be very different, because when we will tag it as V8, it means that it has already been battle tested by hundreds of users. So before, with OpenERP, there was always a period of maybe 3 months of stabilization, because we were releasing it and everybody was downloading it and only testing it. So now with this release, when we tag V8, it means that it's stable. It doesn't mean that there are no bugs anymore, but you can go for it directly. Okay, show me the code. So I will show you a small demonstration of what I explained you before with the Odoo command. So I have the Odoo command here. Oops. At the moment, it's only a few commands, but we plan to extend it. And you can extend it too, because it's modular. So in your own module, you can say, I want to add a new command to do something specific about my module. So let's take this command. I will create a module, and I will call it feedback. I will explain you later why. OK. So you can see that's the tree of a scaffolded module. I give it some options so that it creates almost all the files. So you have the OpenERP manifest that will be renamed after the rename. But don't worry about the rename. Everything will be backward compatible. So your import will still work. Your old manifest file will still work. So we have a directory called views, and it contains a templates XML file. So I will first go into that one, feedback, and check what's inside. The thing that interests me is here. So here, we defined a static page. And a static page, it's just a template. So I will run. Well, I will take screens so that I can have two screens, one to run OpenERP and one to edit my code. View templates. OK, here is the page. So this is a template, and if I render this template, it will simply output page feedback. Let's do it. I'm inside the directory of my module. I check that there are no DB, OK. And I call Odoo start install feedback. OK. So it will create the database for me. And by default, I created a module that depends from website. So it will install website and a few other modules. So it will take maybe 30 seconds to load. OK, I'm ready to go. Localhost. Oh. I don't know why. Oh, I made a mistake. I'm not in the right directory. Odoo 2000 here. OK, here it is. So by default, no, the start command will automatically create the database and will automatically set up the right option so that you can fire up your browser and you have what you want. Of course, all the options still exist, but we want people to get started very quickly. So, OK, it installs everything. Like it tries to send an email, and I don't have an email server locally, so email won't work. OK. Alors, here, there is a mistake in the controller. Post. Okay. OK, so here, I'm in a database with my module, and in my module, I defined a page. I show you here. And let's check if this page works. Page, what's the name again? Page feedback. OK, here is the page. So you can see that to create static content, it's very easy. You just create a template. You can also create static content in the static directory. The static directory, here, it's served like a static directory. So you can put anything, any assets, any HTML file, and it will be served by OpenERP. But this page is not nice. It's just page feedback. So with the QWeb template, there is an extension called call. And I will call the main layout. The main layout is the one that we can see on the home page, is this layout. And if I make a static page, usually I want it to be inside with the header and the footer. So let's do that. Website layout. Okay. Okay. Voilà. So now we've called website layout, and we give him as an argument the content inside. Up. I reload. So now you can see the page is inside the layout. But to construct static content in OpenERP, if you want to construct static content that is really part of your module, that's the way you should do it. But if you want to construct static content on a database, you should probably use the website builder. And what you want probably to do is to add new snippets, new building blocks. Internally, we call them snippets, and from the user perspective, we said building blocks. So here, I have scaffolded a sample snippet. The snippet is feedback. Let's call it feedback. And the content is simply feedback snippet inside the H1. So it's not very nice. You can see that the snippet is constituted by two parts. One part is the icon that you will drag and drop, and the other part is actually the body. And the body of the snippet is simply HTML, so you can put anything. And what I will do, I will go on bootsnip, here. And on bootsnip, I found this. This is a bit of HTML code and a bit of CSS, and I think it would make a great snippet. So I will take this code and this CSS, and I will include it in my module as a snippet. So let's take the code. Okay. Let's move it here. Okay. Because templates file must be XML, you can see that there is an error here. I should add the slash on the BR. I will do it. Yeah, okay, it's done. Now we have the HTML code of the snippet inside. So you can see that's the snippet, and inside we've pasted the code. We will now add the CSS. Static. That's the CSS file. It's empty. It's almost empty by default, and I will cut and paste the CSS here. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Let's test it. So I will create a new page here. Yeah, it's here. First, I need to log in because I'm not logged in. So let's log in. I go on a website, and I will create a new content, new page, test page. Okay, I'm on the test page. I will edit it, and I've added a snippet here. You can see it here, feedback, and oh. I need to reload because the CSS was cached in my browser. Okay, here I have my snippet. You can see it's very easy to reuse HTML code with CSS, and particularly the one that are built with Bootstrap, and include it in your own website. I save the page. Okay, so we can think this as a small theme, because it's a theme with one snippet. My module doesn't have code yet. It's just one static page and one snippet. And for those kind of modules, it's possible to deploy them on our SaaS. I will show you how. Oops. With this command, with the Odoo command, I ask it, please deploy my module on the domain name opendaysdemo.odoo.com, and then it's deployed. So if I go on the Opendays demo database here, this is one that is real live. You can go on it. And I will edit, insert, and I have my feedback here. So for people doing just data, it's very easy to publish them. Unfortunately, it's not yet possible to deploy code on our cloud. Maybe we are thinking about it, we don't know yet, because we don't want at the moment to execute untrusted code on our cloud. But maybe one day it will come, you will be able to deploy also modules with code. So let's do a little code now. Because what we've done until now, it's something that a designer can do. And now we will move to the developer side. I call the module feedback because I want to do a tool that allows me to get to people to post feedback on an employee. So for this, I will first install, locally, I will first install the HR team module here. It's the team page. The team page display on your About Us page, it displays the name of some employee here and with their position. And you can choose which employee you want to be published or not. But we want to change the function of this page, and I want to, for example, change this, the description below, and I want to change it with a form that will allow people to send a message to that specific employee. So let's do that. To do that, I don't want to build something from scratch. I will use this view, and I will say, OK, instead of this, I will change, and I will use a form, and then I will process the input of this form, and I will post it on the employee chatter. So let's do that. First, I need to know where does this come from. I know that it comes from the module website HR that I just installed. And in website HR, there's a view here. Here is the view. So you can see that it's already an extended view. And what it does, it adds below, in the About Us page, a container with a title or team. And then it does a for each. For every employee, it will display the name of the employee, then the image, and the job ID, that's the job position, and then some public info. So what I want to do is to remove public info and change it by a form. Let's do it. So I will create a view. And for this, I prepared the view because it takes a little time to type. It's here. We'll cut and paste it. Well, so I create a new view, and I say I will extend the website About Us page the About Us template, and I will change this. This public info, I will replace it by my own form. So this public info, replace it by this form. And you can see that the form sends something to a special address, feedback, and then the ID of the employee. Let's try it. Okay. Reload the page. And you can see we have the form here. Now, if somebody fills the forms, we need to process what happens next. So what we will do a semantic controller. Here. That's the default controller. You can see it's a default controller that just returns hello world. I will delete it. And I will take my controller that I prepared because it would take a few minutes to type. Back. Up. Set. Paste. Okay. So this controller will be called if we call feedback / an employee. The employee can be the ID of the employee, or it can be a slug. So a slug is just an URL that is nice, but contains the ID. It's nice so that Google, when it indexes it, sees something nice, but you, as a developer, get the information you want, that is the ID. So this is the controller. And what we will do, we will receive an argument message. The argument is the text area of my form. And we will take this message and we will call on the employee object message post. Message post is the function that adds something in the chatter below. And after, we will return message transmitted to the name of the employee. Okay, let's try it. Oops. So let's reload the page. It's not needed, but hello from the Odoo days. I submit. Message transmitted to Antoine Langlais. And I will now log in. And if I go on the employees view, here, I can see the message has been posted. So you see, it's very easy to take something from a website and to interface it with the backend and the business object. Okay, there are many more things that you can do, and I wanted this to be very short, not to annoy you, and especially not to annoy people who are not developers. So I will stop here, and I will go back to my slides. Yeah, but you can see that in a few minutes, I could create static content, and I could extend an Odoo apps to add a feature, and it was very quick and easy. What I recommend you to do is, I will go on a website, show you the schedule. Odoo days. Well, it's here. So the thing I showed you here, they will be shown in more details in two different developer tracks. The first one is the one I encourage you to see, even if you're already a skilled OpenERP developer. It's the developer tutorial here, how to develop front-end modules. So you will see this controller API, you will see how to use it with business objects, with what we call models in Odoo. And it won't go deep, it will just show you how to build web application. And if you already know how to develop OpenERP modules, you will learn how to develop Odoo web application, the front-end part. And the two second tutorial, they are split in two. One is for designer, people who don't code, and who want to design building blocks or themes for Odoo. And the other one is for real developers and people who want to learn about the ORM API and all the nitty-gritty details about the function fields and things like that, and on-change. So I recommend you to all go see the presentation here by Xavier Morel, and then after to go either see Raphael Collet, who will present the new API, or if you're more a designer or not a developer, you can go and check the web designer track. What I presented you here today, it's not my work. It's the work of my team. And unfortunately, I don't have a nice picture, but I will go inside OpenERP and show you the employee directory of my team. Let's go inside. It's them. That's the people. And not only them. Not only them, also, I don't know, I think can I reach it? The R&D India. No, I cannot reach it here. Sorry. That's the team in Belgium, but we also have a team in India, even bigger than the one in Belgium. And I want you to give them a very loud applause for the work they've done this year. Of course, you cannot miss them. They wear Odoo color T-shirts, so don't hesitate to ask them anything anything you want. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. It's done for the keynote for this morning. So I would like just to ramp up a bit the agenda here. We have many contents during 3 days. I would like to you to check your agenda carefully and choose the track you would like to cover with us. We have business for partners only. We have discovery sessions, we have workshops, we have functional sessions, business sessions, framework sessions, and sessions for developers. We have now the morning break at 11:15, ending 20 minutes after, around 11:30. We're starting all the tracks and workshop. Do not forget that tonight we have a great surprise for you guys, which is the beer and barbecue night. But before that, we have many things to cover with you, and please, we now go to the break and start any sessions at 11:30 sharp. So thank you very much for your attention this morning. I hope you already have great contents, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Right, so this is the V8 front-end development stuff for some up-to-date information on what you can do in V8 or what you will be able to do in V8 on the basically website side of things. A bit of historical background to the effort here. The old clients, for those who were already working with OpenERP at the time, worked only over XML RPC, so there was very little in the way of HTTP handling and creation of pages, basically nothing. The 6.1 client was mostly browser-side, so we had to add a little bit of HTTP handling for stuff like assets, JavaScript files and the like, and file download and upload, so mostly the missing APIs of standard browsers. So the concern at the time was mostly to have an API which, well, a system which worked and could be worked with, but didn't have to be extensible or usable much by third parties. The expectations were that most people would only do JavaScript stuff to create new widgets and the like, so the interface was not great, the API. And the V8, so we've added the website stuff, website support, and one of the necessities thus became to have a better API for first and third parties to create web pages, basically. So the underlying system between V7 and V8 is roughly the same, but the API has changed quite a bit. And the support for all the HTTP stuff and web page stuff has been moved from the web client module to the OpenERP core or future Odoo, but it has not been renamed yet. So your great friend as a front-end developer in OpenERP is going to be openerp.http. That's the module where you will find just about everything, or at least get access to them. This is your most basic router controller. So that's just, you have to inherit to extend http.controller here. That's the base class for all controllers to handle stuff like inheritance and the ability to override controllers. One of the problems here was that we can't use regular OpenERP inheritance because the database may not be set up yet, so we don't have access to OpenERP object at the time we're dispatching stuff. So we had to build another system next to it, which is fairly similar, but not exactly the same. So first part is the controller class. The second one is the routing declaration. So here, as we can see, we import HTTP from OpenERP, and then we declare a route with a pattern. So this one is going to bind to your server /hello, and then a simple method, which takes a self because it's a method, and a bunch of possible arguments. It returns a string. Strings by default are going to be interpreted if you return them as HTML as a response. Basically, we're doing a this wrapping. So if you return HTML code as a string, we are going to wrap it in HTTP.response with a MIME type of text HTML. So you don't have to do that. The underlying system uses Workzeugs, so the HTTP.response here is a wrapper for Workzeug's own response, and all the stuff you have in Workzeug is available there. So if you want to change the status or the content type or the headers and stuff like that, you have the normal, usual Workzeug API. You can go check their documentations. They're excellent as opposed to ours. So this is a very basic static-ish controller. You can have a bit more dynamism by taking in query parameters. So in this form, query parameters are provided as arguments to your method and can be used directly in it. They're always strings, and in this case, for instance, the parameter is required. So if the user just removes the query string, it's going to generate an error. So there's no validation and there's no conversion performed before you get the value. You have to do it yourself. Generally speaking, this is mostly used for optional data of that form, so with some sort of default value which avoids breakage if the user removes it. you cannot, one of the issue is that you cannot dispatch to a different method automatically. You have to do it by hand if you want one handling for no parameter and one handling for a full Fayolle parameter. So a better alternative for that may be URL patterns. These are also from Workzeugs, so if you know Workzeug URL patterns, the next few slides are not going to be very interesting for you. So this one takes here a pattern declaration. This is between angle brackets. And it's as part of the URL, same as the query string, it's passed to your method as a parameter this way. And one of the big differences is that the dispatching works between the two. So if we provide a name here, it's going to open this one, but if we remove the name part, it's just going to fall back to this one seamlessly, which allows you to build URL hierarchies fairly simply. These URL patterns can take converters. So here we can see an integer converter. It's only going to accept numbers. As we can see, this is still on hello. So this converter and this one can coexist. Both will work together. This one will get the numbers, and the other one will get whatever this one didn't grab. Converters do both, so they do dispatching, and they do conversion, and they do validation. So here, the method parameter here, the identifier, is an actual integer, because the converter did the conversion. Converters can take parameters for customization. So for instance, this one, a string is the default converter, by the way, so if you are here, name is a string converter with no parameters. This one takes a parameter. It only takes strings of length 5. So for instance, CS_CZ is going to match, but a string of length 6 is going to match the previous one, this one. You can use multiple converters in a single URL. That's not a problem. There's basically no limit, even though if you use too much of them, it's going to look kind of weird and be completely unreadable. So here, a new converter, which is any. So it gives you a choice between a few items, an enumeration, and then an integer conversion. And within it, you can see the two parameters. One gets the choice, and the other one gets the integer, and both can be used. So these slides are additive, so you can just put all the roots in the same file, and all of them should work correctly and dispatch to the right one. One of the converters, which is not from Workzeug, is modal. So this one, basically you declare that you take an ID, and it's going to give you here a browser code, or in the new API, it's going to give you a modal. And you don't have to do the browsing yourself, because that's annoying and long-winded. And you don't have to take an integer. It's going to handle the case of missing items and stuff like that. So the various converters available built in are these. String, as we noted, that's just a piece of string without the slash. Path is, so there's parameters. You can set a minimum length and a maximum length for the matching, or an exact length. Path is string plus the slash, so you can get a bunch of path elements in a single item. N is for a choice, int is for integers, float is for float, UID is only on a recent Workzeug, it's a UID obviously, and model is the one we added so that you get a browse record directly without having to browse yourself or do validation of the object ID. You can add, if you need to, your own converters. We give, basically, Workzeug takes a map of names to classes, and we make that map available through the object IR HTTP. And you can just override the getConverters method. It will return a dict and add your stuff to that dict to have your own custom converters available in the roots. You can use multiple patterns. So one of the problems is, let's imagine you have two different URLs which are different, yeah, but they have the same core, so you'd like the code to be in common. The basic way would be to declare two different controllers and then have both of them call a master, yeah, a subcontroller. So This is this pattern. The first one gets its own root, the second one gets its root, and then they both call the same command method where the command code would live. Depending on the situation, a simpler and clearer way to express this would be to use multiple patterns like this. So in this case, the hello method will match either the hello URL or the hello / some integer. Obviously, this one will not provide a value, so you need to provide a default, or things will blow up at runtime when we'll try to call the method and we give it no parameters and the parameter is required. So we had here the automatical browse, and maybe some of you wondered about authentication and access rights, because the user in question may not have the rights to see the object it's asking for. There's an authentication check which runs between URL dispatch, so when we decide which function should be called, and actually running the method. It sets the current user, so which is available through http.request.uid, and if there's an error during the authentication check, it's converted to a 4 or 3 forbidden page. The default authentication level is user. That means you must have a valid user which is currently logged into the website. If the current user is not logged in or inactive or whatever, it's just going to be redirected to the login page. And the request.uid is the ID of the currently logged in REST users. So this one works well for portal-like situations or providing private access, so all the users must be logged in. That's not ideal for a public website, obviously. A better one here is the auth public. So what auth public does is, if the user is logged in, it will use his UID, this one. And if the user is not logged in, he will live under a base public user, and you will get the ID for this one user. So all users can get access to your resources, even if they're not logged in, and you can handle all the access right stuff based on whether it's public user or the public user group, or an employee or a known person. The last one is not very interesting. It's auth none. It always sets request.uid to none. So you essentially don't have a logged in user at all, and you do whatever you want. So you will generally use a hard-coded UID or something like that. This one is when you don't want to bother too much with accesses, or you need to give a specific controlled access, but the controller will do the access check. You can create your own auth check if you want to. So if you need, for instance, sharing tokens, if one of your employees can send a link to a partner or a friend and give him access to a specific page, or if you need LDAP or SSO access. This one is also in IR HTTP. That's the object which obviously supports most of the HTTP stuff. What you do is define a method called _auth method and the name of your auth. So for instance, user authentication is handled by auth method user. We do have, for instance, auth method calendar, because there is in the calendar model, there's a sharing system which can send a link with a token, and when the person who received the link clicks the token, he gets automatically authenticated through the token rather than through a regular login. So the title is wrong. That shouldn't be auth check. That should be HTTP method. So Worksoid stuff. Worksoid can dispatch on HTTP methods. Here we have the exact same URL on both, as you can see, but they have different methods. So if it's a link arriving to this site, it will get the get hello method executed, and if it's a form with a methodical post, it will get this one. So that gives you ways to dispatch, to create a REST API if you need to, or just to do security stuff, because, for instance, if you're deleting images or users or data, you want to protect it against both to provide the first hurdle in case of attackers and people trying to access your site. Right, so that's it for the first part of the controllers. The second one is the templating. So the controllers so far have just returned strings, which you can use if you want to, or you can use your own templating system if you are wed to Jinja, for instance, or Mako. In OpenERP, we have built a templating system which is more compatible with the way people generally need to use OpenERP. That is, it's possible for other modules to extend it, to add data, to add content. And so for that, we needed to use XML. So we built a bit of sugar of regular views. So this is your basic view. There's a new view type which is called QWeb, and if you use the template tag, it will just generate all that stuff for you. And you just have to specify the ID and optional name, and then you put all your HTML stuff within the template tag. These two blocks of code are roughly equivalent. This one is the shortened version. To render a template, so if you're rendering, obviously, your own template, you do it your way. If you want to use the QWeb templates, you call http.request.render, and you give it the template name, which should be fully qualified. So the ID here is an XML ID, and in the system, it's prefixed with the module, the name of the module in which it's defined. So to call it and render it, you have to provide the module name as well, or it will not be found. Even if you're within the module, these are independent parts. So you provide the template name as the first parameter, and the second one is optional and is a dictionary of values which will be available within the template to test on or display. The QWeb templating engine. So if you have used the web client already, if you have developed in it, you have probably seen the JavaScript version of the QWeb templates. This is very similar, but there are a few differences in capabilities. One of them is that in the Python version, there is no inheritance. We use the regular OpenERP, Odoo view inheritance. So this is roughly the way things work. Basic tag, this is an ESC, so it's just printing out the value of whatever expression is here. This is a complete Python expression. It's basically passed to eval. So you can do additions, you can do computations, you can call methods, you can do whatever you want. And so we have this template, we render it with this line, so hello and module.hello. We pass in the name, so that's the initialization variable, and it will print hello world. It will fill the template, standard template stuff. You can define variables within your templates if you need to print something multiple times, for instance, and not recompute it every time. So this is done via the tset directive. It has 3 different forms. It can take a value, which is, this is a Python expression. As you can see here, it's a concatenation of the name variable and a bunch of punks. Somebody was very excited about greeting you. The second one is a format string. So we reused Jinja format strings in case you have lots of literal string and you want to insert something right in the middle. You can use that. It's a bit simpler and clear and easier to read than doing the concatenation by hand. Especially since this one you need to quote here. So you have quotes within quotes and it's easy to get lost. This one solves the issue. The last form is to provide no attributes and just put your content in the body of the set, and the whole body will be rendered on its own, so you can put arbitrary logic in the tset body, and then it will be given to set on the inside the variable once it's been rendered. So blocks, we have conditionals, very basic conditional. It takes a Python expression. If the expression is true, the block inside is rendered. Blocks apply to their enclosing items. So if the expression is false, the whole span disappears, as you can see here. And if the expression is true, obviously the span is rendered and the content is rendered as well. So yes, then we have there is no else block in QWeb. We have not yet found a way to express one easily. So instead, you have to basically store your condition in a variable and then put 2 different if blocks. That's not great, and we are aware of that. But that's the way you have to do it right now. So as you can see, both rendering, we take the 2 branches because they are exclusive. The second block is the for each, an iteration. It iterates. So this one is also a Python expression. This one is just a name, and it's going to be the name of the basic variable. So this is very similar to Python's for letter in name in this case. Within the body, you have the variable name you defined, and then you have a few more magical variable names. One of the important ones is index, which is the current iteration index for the loop. So you can know where you are. It's basically equivalent to an enumerate, except it gives you the index as a separate variable. The various magical variables available in the loop are these. So you have value size. So yeah, it's all prefixed by the name you gave it. This one is the actual value. This one is the size of the collection here of the sequence. Value all is a link to the sequence, so you can reuse it within. It may or may not be necessary. Index, we already saw, it's the current index of iteration. First and last are booleans. They are true when you are respectively at the first and last item of the sequence. And parity can be either even or odd, and tells you that's mostly for tables. So you can add classes or stuff like that to tables to make them more readable and have even odd marks on them. So tcall, yes, that's sub-templates. So you may want to have common bits of templates which can be reused, extract them as functions. You just define a template as you would usually, and then it can be called with tcall. So you have to fully qualify the template name here as well, or it's not going to be found. The evaluation model here is that first the body is evaluated, the body of the call, and then the sub-template is called with the whatever was generated. So you can do tset in the body, and they're going to be used as parameters to the call template. This identifier will not be available outside of the tcall. That's a scoped call. Right, one of the details is inside your tcall, as inside the tset, for instance, you could, if you want, just put markup within the tcall. It's not an issue. It will work, and you don't have to wrap it in a tset because the body is automatically set as a magical variable called 0, which you cannot assign to, but we can because magic. And you can render it with trow. So the difference, we have already seen tsc, which does HTML escaping on whatever you gave it. That should be the default you use pretty much all the time. It's the safe one. This one is less safe because, for instance, if it's user-provided data, that means the user can inject HTML into your pages, and that means he can inject scripts and stuff like that, and then very bad things happen. But in this case, the 0 is safe because that's our content. It should already be escaped if stuff needed to be escaped. And so we can do a row rendering of the 0. Otherwise, it's going to be escaped, and we won't have a nice rendered paragraph. We'll have a P displayed on the screen. So these are the basic top-level directives. Then we can create dynamic generated attributes. So it's not the most readable, but basically you can add a TATT. So the ATT and ATTF says this one generates an attribute. The third part is the name of the attribute, so everything after the second dash. And then this one is an expression, so as you can see, name.flower. And this one is a pattern, a format string. So in this case, the first paragraph is going to get the name lowered as its class attribute, and this one is going to get the name lowered prefixed by CL dash. And as we can see, this is the rendering, this is the code which is generated in the page. So to generate, well, you can generate classes, you can generate IDs, you can generate pretty much any attribute you want. This is the one to generate dynamic attributes. For static attributes, obviously, you just remove the whole thing here and just leave the class. It's going to go through without issues. Right, next, record field rendering. So there are two reasons for that. The first one is you may have fairly complex fields, which you may want to render in specific ways or have formatted according to, say, your long configuration, your current language for things like floats or translated. So for browse record, Here we have a browser card, and if we want to render the display name, for instance, we can just use tfield user.displayname, and it's going to put the name of the current user or the selected user as a string. But, well, so that doesn't show much. The default rendering of a string is just character. It's going to convert it to a string and then display it after escaping it. But we can have widgets, so we can have formatting options. So as you can see, the first one is just going to dump the content of the field. Simple stuff, nothing complex, as a string. The second one uses the long format, so that's the Unicode LDML or the Babel library, if you have already used it. So it's going to give formatting according to the current language, which here was English in the US. And then we have this format, which gives the day of the week formatting. And so we can see the rendering, which is just Monday. 3 is the short form. So that's these are options, because the date time and the date widgets take formats as options. We can also have widgets. So in case for some data types, they can have multiple renderings, depending on the context or on what you want to do with this. So for instance, we have a monetary widget, which should be used only on float fields, and obviously should be used for actual monetary data, which is correctly converted to the current currency. It gets a display currency. It does no conversion. The monetary widget does no conversion. It only does the formatting. So you have to give it the currency matching the value and the data you have. This should be an expression which leads to a REST currency object, a REST currency browse record. And as you can see, the value was 1860, and it converted it to 1860.00 and then put the euro sign. If we change the company's currency to USD, it's going to convert the value and put the dollar sign instead, and in the right place as a prefix. That's formatted according to the language and currency specifications. So in this case, the euro sign has a position after, and the dollar sign has a position before, and this is respected. A few other widgets for date times. We can have relative, so that's for stuff like forms or posts. Relative is going to use, well, these all use Babel support. So this one is just going to subtract the current date from the date provided and then give the relative time between the two. So in my case, I had created the user 2 days ago for the trainings, and here it tells me that the user was indeed created 2 days ago in the rendering. The field support, so these are the native field supports by tfield. The basic rendering is just a string, so integer is going to be interpreted as a string. Float has a slightly specific, so this one does no formatting except for escaping. Float is going to render a float value according to the configuration for the current language, so the fields, so the digits and the stuff like that. Date and date time we have already seen. By default they do nothing, but they can get a format which is, no, by default they don't do nothing. They use the language's date and time patterns to format the string. And they can take a format for an explicit formatting in a page. Text is going to convert new lines to BA tags, so you do get new lines in the page if you had done some very basic layouting of your text field. And selection obviously displays the label instead of the value, which would not be very useful. And the label is translated according to the current language of the user viewing the page. Then there are a few widgets for specific rendering of existing types. So binary fields can take an image widget, which is going to either base64 encode it and put all the right headers so the image is displayed inline, or if you install a website, it's going to link to the image. There's the monetary widget for floats, a duration widget for floats as well. So if you put 1.5 and you say that the unit is hours, it's going to say to write to the page render 1 hour, 30 minutes. Relative, and then the contact, which was built specially to render REST partner many-to-ones, which are fairly complex and generally rendered in various manners where you want to filter the fields available or the fields printed to the page. Website support. So what we have seen so far is in the core, it's in openerp.htp by default, and you can use it out of the box without installing any module but your own. Then you can install the website module, the new stuff, and you gain a few capabilities. The first one is you can add a website equals true to your controllers, well, to your root call in this case. This is going to install a few more items in the request. So you'll have a website, which is the current website object. So website is an actual object in the OpenERP database, as many things are. Currently, there is only one website. There is no support for multiple websites, and there is no support for multiple companies. So if you have multiple companies, there is only a single website in the database at this point, be warned. But in the future, we hopefully will add support for both multiple websites per company and correct multi-company handling. And in this case, you will want to refer to request.website when you need the website object to call methods on it. There's lang, which is the current user slang in multilang. There's multilang handling and translations. I believe I will show a bit about that later. And then there's a redirect, which is beholden to that one. It's aware of multilang and moving around URLs, adding stuff to them. The second thing you get when you enable websites, so you gain all these new and great variables, but mostly you gain the website layout template. So this one has to be called, you have to use it and wrap your own stuff around. And it gives you headers, footers, menus, and more importantly, the edition tools, which, did I remember to show them? Oh, that doesn't work. Yes, so that's the website layout is going to use these variables. So if you have installed website, you still need to enable website support for your controller before you can use the layout, or the layout is going to blow up at rendering. The view inheritance. So as I said earlier, we use regular OpenERP view inheritance. So in the body, just put your XPath, look for whatever you want to change, and then perform your change. Obviously, that can work cross-module. In this case, it's in the same module. So the base template we rendered had just a paragraph with base template, and then the extensions added a title, and the final result is going to be an extended template. This is as transparent as you do it on regular views. A more complex version. So one of the big things, the important things in HTML is you're generally going to select objects by class and set classes to find them out. XPath has very, very bad support for classes, so we added a small helper called hasClass. Where is my cursor? The hasClass function, which looks if the current item has the specified class or classes. You can give multiple classes. And if it does, it will be considered a match. So in this case, we have 3 paragraphs, and we only want to add our title before the one with the class B. And as you can see, the result looks correct, at least in my slide. Another version, well, another new feature, it's not part of the website technically, but it's most useful for the website, is the optional inheritance. So there's a new attribute on views, which for regular views is not very useful, but in the website it can be checked and then toggled on and off dynamically. I'm going to see if I could just demo it. Right, so here we have a slightly customized events view. In the customize submenu, we have a bunch of checkboxes. These are optional inheritance, and we can click on one of them, and then new blocks appear. So they can be enabled and disabled at runtime. This is done via filtered inheritance. Basically, we are still using inherit ID, but we're just looking for the ones which are enabled. And the menu here looks for the ones which are either enabled or disabled and considers them optional, so you can enable and disable them at runtime. This is not very useful probably for very end developers, clients. This is more useful for partners, I guess, when you develop your own modules and you find customization tools, adding sidebars or stuff like that, but not all of your clients can benefit from it. So that lets you toggle things on and off at runtime in the UI. Now, a big problem with what we have seen so far, what I've shown so far, was the extension of templates, which was mostly static. So we can add new blocks, new content, new words statically in a template, but that's not very useful if you want to add new data from the database. So, for instance, you're on the events page and you have some geolocation module, and you want to add geolocation data to the events page. So in that case, just the template is not sufficient because there's that data you want to pull from the database, and that's not available. In that case, you have to extend the controller. So this is controller extension in the website. Basically, to create a controller, a basic one, you extend http.controller using Python extension, and then if you extend the result, it's going to do an alteration in place of the original one. It's kind of weird at first, but it works kind of well. You have to redeclare that it's a root, because roots for dispatching are looked up only on the final level, so on the last one overriding everything. This means if you remove root, if you don't put it and use the same method name, you can basically unpublish a method. You can remove a URL from the system even though it existed earlier, which can be useful if there are URLs you don't want exposed and the module you are using exposes them by default. So http.root just says basically this one is still a root. Use the whatever values were set by whoever I'm overriding. So next, well, obviously get the response from the parent. When you do a render, so the openerp.http.render, it does not do the rendering immediately. It really creates a small object which stores just the template name and then the template data, the data to inject in the template. And on the way out, you can alter this data. So you could replace the template name, or you could add new data in the rendering context, which is what we are doing here. I'm using a UID. Obviously, you would use the OpenERP API to access new records and pull their data out and put that in the context. And then in your template, you display, you add and inject whatever data you had and you wanted to augment the system with. Yes, so another thing to show, right. That's roughly the end of the slides. And I wanted to show a few features, if I can get the right Firefox. Right. So, well, I think Antony already showed a bit of that. So that's the logged out versus, yeah, that's the oh, I screwed it. I lost the original page. This was supposed to be a comparison of website layout versus no layout. So basically, no layout is you have to do it all by hand, and website layout gives you all that stuff. It gives you the bar at the top. It gives you a configurable menu here, and it gives you the footer and stuff like that. The multi-lang, which was an interesting part. So if you install multiple languages in OpenERP and you enable languages, you will get these two, well, a language selector here. The default language is English, so here we just have the edition interface, the RTE. If multilang was not disabled, we can click on French. And here the button has changed to translate. And here, this, if we edit it, is going to be stored as a translation instead of the actual page data. And the other way around, the rendering is going to pull data from translations. Now, one of the problems here is if we are within a language, if we are in French, and we click on a link, we want to stay in French. And that's part of the multilang support. It's that it's going to inject the language in the URL before all the links we click, so that you remain in the language you have configured. And that's about it for the URL, unless you have questions, things I forgot to talk about and you want to see. No, nothing? Well, yes? QWeb is a server-side template. These QWeb slides here were only Python, so they are on the server side. And you can, the object is IRQWeb, and you can call it yourself if you want, independently of the website. It's merged into the server, and it's Python code. It's independent from the JavaScript website implemented. Yes. No, you don't. That's, well, yeah, I may have been unclear, but basically part of the website was creating a new, better API on the server side so that you can do all your stuff there and do static rendering. So all you generate is static. It's full HTML. There's no JavaScript in the core. So, absolutely, yeah. You can use, see the presentation about assets and stuff like that. So basically you can ask the system to add your JavaScript files. There are a few JavaScript frameworks included in the base system if you use the website layout. So you've got jQuery, you've got Bootstrap, you've got underscore, which are available, and a few classes from OpenERP. So yeah, you can inject your own JavaScript files, and then they are rendered either on one single page if you injected it there, or on the whole website if you want it there. Yeah. So the question is, there is actually no support. There is currently no support for the multiple website, and the difficulties were mostly in getting the dispatch right, because they're all on a single server, and we have to dispatch the right company, and we have not found, or to the right website, and we have not found a good way to do this easily. So yeah, that's about it. We're still kind of looking, but well, it was quite a lot of work as well, so the time was a bit short before we reach release day. Yes? No, they're different instances. So each person on the SaaS has his own OpenERP instance. So each person gets his own website, but it's not the SaaS, as far as I know. I didn't work on the SaaS, but it doesn't use multiple companies. So it's an OpenERP instance with its own website, and then the next SaaS user has a different OpenERP with a different website, and so they're fully separated, and there's no problem with that. Yes. So the question is if there is a conflict between multiple routes from a different controller. At this point, no, it's basically the last one loaded wins. So you have to use dependencies and handle it correctly and inherit from the right controller to get your route to render correctly. That's a bit of a weak part at this point. Yeah. Well, for now, you'll have to go to the presentation about caching. We don't have, as far as I know, much in the way of caching. We have views caching in the system, so views are not re-rendered all the time. Otherwise, you would use the regular static cache, so varnish and stuff like that, or Nginx in front of your OpenERP, and you would cache at that point for your web pages. Yes? So the widgets here are only for the QWeb views. So the T-field widgets are for the QWeb views. There is no change. The change is when you configure the widget and give it options and stuff like that. If you have defined widgets for the web client, yeah. At this point, they're mostly separated. There's a subset of the web client inside the website. We are working on unifying them. So in the short term, there's no compatibility, or there's a very low level of compatibility. In a bit more distant future, it should be possible to use the backend widget in the front ends and do things a bit more seamlessly. They are currently working on being able, for instance, to switch without having to reload pages and everything. Right, well, then I'll leave you to this and the next presentation, I guess.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's like, I want to ask about more information about this. Is there any
So yes, there is. If you go, well, the rendering is broken at this point, so it's not going to be very great to read. I started on a how-to document on doc.openerp.com. If you go, so you go to doc.openerp.com, or you can check it in compiled box as well, in the server documentation. And then the first link is going to be, I can show it in the machine actually. I don't have internet, but I can compile it locally. Yes, they will. And the 2 days training, which is an expanded version of that, should be available as well. So it was in doc, and then build, HTML, and how-to, and website. And there's a documentation for it. It gives a bit of other stuff, building basic modules, and then it gives a bunch of explanations of the
Il mail de Yves Pascal. Salut. Salut.
Normalement, j'ai tout.
J'en ai pris également. Ouais.
Hello? Is it working? C'est bon? Ok. Oui, c'est bon. Parle dedans, c'est bon. 2 minutes encore. Ouais, je sais pas, on... Okay. Let's get started on time and the late people will catch up. So, we are here to talk about OCA and how you can contribute to the OCA projects. Let's start with a quick introduction. My name is Alexandre Fayolle. I work at Chem2Camp, and I'm known as several nicks turning around Gurney Alex. That's a long story. I can tell you that over a beer sometime if you want. So if you see a Gurney Alex or a Gurney, it might be me on GitHub or IRC. OCA is the OpenRPI Community Association, and it has Odoo Community Association. It has a website, and the domain has been moved recently. So you'll find all sorts of information on that website, odoocommunityassociation.com, if you need. And there are some other events related to OCA during the community days. I'll tell you about that a bit later. What are the goals of OCA? Globally, it's to federate all the community of users and developers of add-ons in Odoo or OpenRPI, depending on the version that you're using. Okay, and to speak with one voice, or as one as possible voice, with the editor. Okay, so and we want also to promote the use of Odoo, of course. But the main idea behind that is to work together to build better community add-ons and better community tools for Odoo. So as part of that, one of the activities of OCA is maintaining code. Okay, So there are a number of projects called known as OCA, and this time it doesn't stand for Odoo Community Association, it stands for Odoo Community Add-ons, okay, which is quite nice if you like TLAs. Well, things are moving fast in that regard. We used several teams on Launchpad to federate that because not everyone is interested in all the fields of activities in which there are community add-ons, okay? So we had something like 48 teams on Launchpad, and we are taking the opportunity of the GitHub move to reorganize these teams. They will stay as is in Launchpad, but they will be merged together in Odoo, in GitHub, sorry, to get something like maybe 20 teams. Okay. Since we are speaking about Launchpad and GitHub, so we were a bit took by surprise by the move. We didn't have much time to prepare for that. We didn't have any time to prepare for that. So right now we are discussing about what we're going to do about that. The current status of the discussion is we're probably going to stay on Launchpad for version 7 add-ons, okay? And when porting these community add-ons to version 8, the porting will happen on GitHub. Okay. We will try to include a mirror of the version 7 add-ons from Launchpad on GitHub, try to make it read-only to avoid diverging branches and all that. But yeah, it's a bit complicated. The goal is to not harm partners which are using exclusively Launchpad for existing customers on version 7. So what do you find in OCA community add-ons? There are lots of things, okay? We try to group the add-ons by families at first, okay, and to have a repository in which you have a set of accounting add-ons or banking, something statistics. You have finance, you have project management repositories with specific add-ons helping to enhance the original framework on these topics. That's a first group of projects currently in Launchpad and eventually on GitHub. A second group of projects that we manage are verticalizations of OpenERP. So if you want to run your hotel using OpenERP, there is a project dedicated to that in OCA, okay, for hotel management. You get stuff for medical, medical companies, or not hospitals, but your general practitioner or something like that. You get sets of modules for ISPs, you get sets of modules for NGO, the non-governmental organizations. Okay, so that's a second set of projects, and of course these sets of projects draw on the first set of specific, logistic management or accounting management. A third set of projects are integration projects, okay? So there's currently projects for integrating OpenERP with SAGE or LIMS, okay? These are quite specific, quite large beasts, and they are managed as separate project teams on Launchpad. Then you get some add-ons which are not domain-specific, but are rather general-purpose add-ons. So, for instance, you'll have what's it called? Server-side add-ons, okay, helping you to manage different runtime environments with the same code base, okay, through configuration in the OpenERP configuration file. So you can change the setting of your instance from test to production by just changing one line in a configuration file. And then the mail settings are different and all that. You have reporting tools, okay, and this is where the WebKit reports are going to end for version 8. So the OCA will manage WebKit reports for V8 when they are removed from Odoo. You also get a set of web client extensions, okay, giving new features such as changing your company or new widgets or changing the default sorting orders of records in the display. Okay, all of which can be quite nice. And finally, last but not least, the OCB. Okay, since we had OCA, we had to have an OCB, and maybe we'll have an OCC sometimes. OCB is OpenERP Community Backports. Okay, and what's that? As a partner at Camp2Camp, we used to maintain our own branches of server add-ons on web, in which we applied the fixes for bugs, either the ones we had made ourselves or the ones which were communicated by the OpenERP support. Okay, these fixes should be normally merged into the official branches. But since it often takes time for them to land in the official branches and we need them now, and we hate finding the same bug in 2 projects, okay, that's just dreadful. We used to maintain our own branch and use that branch for deployment. Then, of course, at Camp2Camp, we are not alone to do that. Okay, and most partners who are a bit serious about their customers do that too. So the idea was proposed by Stefan Reinhardt, and I want to thank him for that because he's been maintaining OCB for, well, the past year globally. And that's, it takes some time, but it's really a great service. And we mutualize our bug fixes between partners. Okay. So the idea, if you as a developer find a bug in the server or in the official add-ons, you get a fix by any means, be it the support or your own. Okay, you are able to get that merged into OCB faster than it would be merged into the official add-ons. And then you benefit from fixes by other partners, and other partners benefit also from your fixes, which is quite nice. So currently on Launchpad, there are OCB server, OCB add-ons, and OCB web. It's not web client, it's web. And there are branches for 6.1 and 7.0. 7.0 tends to be more active, okay, but there are some interesting fixes for 6.1 too. For version 8, things should move to GitHub, but then we have to decide how we synchronize the official branch with the OCB branch on GitHub. Probably it's going to be some kind of pull rebase or something like that. It's still being discussed, but eventually OCB will be on GitHub too, and things should be hopefully easier to manage thanks to Git rather than Bazaar. Questions so far? No? Okay, I'll move on. So, this talk is about contributing, because all these community stuff is nice, okay, and you can benefit from it for free, but it's nicer if you participate, because everyone will benefit from your participation. So, what can you do? You can, of course, report bugs, okay, because let's face it, there are some bugs in the community add-ons, okay. There may be some new bugs introduced by fixes in OCB. Okay, we try to fix them as much as possible, but sometimes we need to know about them. So we need bug reports. That's the first thing. Nice bug reports. You are developers. You know how to do that. You know how to like to receive bug reports. or the good news is we like the same. Okay, steps to reproduce, that's the most important thing. You can contribute bug fixes. Okay, and right now with version 7, you only need a Launchpad account to contribute a bug fix. You pull the branch, okay, you can create your own branch and propose it for merge. I'll show you how to do that a bit later if you're not too easy on Launchpad and Bazaar, because Bazaar is getting a bit exotic these days. You can propose new features, okay, and the process is about the same. You create your branch and you propose it for merge. The review process is a bit different, okay, but still, if the process is deemed interesting and, sorry, if you somehow pledge to maintain this new feature, okay, it's just dumping your new features in OCA and then leaving, okay, because this is not nice at all. We need also your help for maintaining the new features. Okay, so new features are also nice contributions. And most of all, we need reviews, okay, because all these merge proposals need to be merged. And there was some kind of, okay, bad wording mistake made originally. On Launchpad, there is a team called the reviewer team, but actually it's a committer team, okay? Only the committer team has write access to the official branch, which is released, okay? So there are a few of us. We all have also to satisfy our own customers and all that, and there are only so many hours in a day. So we need help from the community to review the merge proposals. By reviewing, it means, of course, reviewing the code, finding obvious bugs, but also, and that's the most important part, we need reviews of, we need functional testing. Okay, domain experts, because I know nothing about, advanced accounting or something like that. So I can check the code, obviously, but I feel much more confident if someone says, okay, from my point of view, I've tested that, and it does what it needs to do. So that's some kind of manual testing of the merge proposals. Now, what I've found out by discussing with other developers, mainly on IRC, because there is an OpenERP channel on IRC. It's a bit confusing because it's called #OpenObject. Okay, and maybe it will be renamed to #Odoo sometime. Not sure about that. Maybe Stefan can tell us, since he's one of the managers of the channel. Still, #OpenObject for now. Lots of people have not taken the time to read a Bazaar tutorial. Okay, and they are suffering badly, and their suffering could be eased a bit only, unfortunately. So my first tip, if you want to do some serious development with Bazaar, is to use Bazaar init repo to initialize a shared repository in your in a directory. Okay, rather than just branching in just any directory. By doing that, you will share the common revisions between branches, and Bazaar will avoid downloading all the standard add-ons again and again and again, for instance. So that's very useful. Second thing, when you create a branch, okay, you are going to branch your local copy of trunk or stable or 7.0, maybe, to another directory within the repository, okay? And this will be much faster because you won't need network access to do that. Then you share some common objects between your branches, so you consume less disk. And if you hack a bit with symlinks, you can get almost Git-like branch switching. Almost. Okay. Second tip, never ever use Bazaar checkout or Bazaar bound branches, okay? Because these will push automatically to the remote repository when you do a commit, and you don't want to do that. We want merge proposals, always, okay? So never do that. Third thing, when you fix a bug with a commit, use -- fixes with the Launchpad bug number, because this will tie automatically your branch to the bug when you push your branch on Launchpad. And this makes the life of everyone much easier when reviewing the code, okay? And I really, really wish, okay, it's too late now, but it would have been nice if the support from OpenERP would have done that systematically. Okay, so if you want to set up a working environment, it goes a bit like that the first time. I've used an environment variable to avoid repeating the project name, because otherwise it wouldn't fit in the line, but you understand so you take the git of it. Okay, so you init repo with the project name. This will create a directory. You cd to that directory, and then you branch inside that directory. Okay, and you can create multiple branches, and the various common revisions will be shared. Then, if you want to propose a merge, okay, so these are kind of recipes or templates of my own workflow, which I found, well, works fine for me, and others have found useful, so I'm sharing that with you. So I create a branch, a local branch, from set70, so the official one, to a bug fix branch, using the conventions enforced by OpenERP at the time. I fix the bug, I commit saying that I'm fixing this bug on Launchpad, okay, with -- fixes. And then I push my branch to Launchpad. Then there's another nice command, which is Bazaar LP open, which will open the branch in your web browser. Okay, you don't have to repeat the branch if you just push to it, because it's pushing to the push location of your branch. Okay, I'm repeating that for clarity. And then you submit a merge proposal, okay, by clicking on the merge, propose for merging link, okay. You fill in the description of the change. Okay, this is very helpful for reviewers who maybe don't know exactly what the problem is or what the new feature that you are trying to introduce is. Okay, so give them information, give them context. That's very, very important. Okay, and that applies also for pull requests on GitHub. And then we get to the review step. Okay, so if you want to review that, you go on the merge proposal branch, and you get a view of who already reviewed the issue. I don't show that on the screenshot, but you have a diff of the merge, okay? And you can comment and say, okay, this works, I have tested it, or online so-and-so, you've missed something, or whatever. And the latest version of Launchpad, they are allowing inline comments right now. It's a beta function which has just been introduced. If you want to propose a fix for OCB, the workflow is the same, okay, with a few differences. First one is a bug report is mandatory. Okay, a merge proposal on OCB must have a bug report linked. Second, you have to propose your fix in both official branch and OCB branch. And then there's a little trick, because due to a technical limitation in Launchpad, you have to do two different branches for proposing the fix. One for the official branch and one for OCB. So my way of doing that is that I create 3 Bazaar repositories, okay, server, add-on, and web, in which I branch the official branch and the OCB branch for each project, okay? Then either I download the branch proposed by the support or by someone else in my branch, or I fix the bug myself against the official branch, and then I port that fix to OCB. Okay? Generally, it's just a matter of cherry-picking a change set using Bazaar merge. Okay. And then I push the OCB fix branch and maybe the official branch too, if required, and I submit the two merge proposals. So that's how I set up my server repository. Okay, and you have the same set of commands for add-ons and web. And then you have the workflow, which is basically just what I did. I fix, I commit, and I test. I triple test fixes for OCB. Okay, because these are getting more widely used than fixes than the OCA add-ons, obviously. And the cherry picking is using Bazaar merge. Okay, that's the fourth line from the bottom of the screen, with the difference between revision 1 and revision 2. Okay, these are two revision IDs in Bazaar from the fix in the other branch. Okay? And I redo the tests on OCB because sometimes you get different behaviors in both branches because of other bug fixes which are available in OCB. Okay. The Git migration for OCB probably will keep Launchpad for 7, okay, and we'll use Git for 8. Okay. I don't have any tips for Git for use in the context of Odoo. Okay, it's too new, and maybe just the standard Git tips will work fine for you. I found these two links very interesting. Okay, the first one is some guide written by Olivier Dony, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the second one is a very, very nice cheat sheet for Git. It's not a tutorial. You'll have to get your own tutorial for Git, but as a reminder, it's very, very useful. It's graphical, and you get the various commands and what they do on the various parts of a Git repository. Communication channels for OCA. Okay, there's a mailing list. Currently, it's hosted on Launchpad. Okay, maybe this will change if the community and the mailing list module in OpenERP v8 are migrated, but still, the official community channel is the official Odoo community, maybe, in the next weeks. Okay, will be that. IRC, so I told you there's the hash open object channel, and there are a few active participants, lots of lurkers. Yeah, and most active participants are active during Western Europe office hours. So I apologize for people living in remote places and different time zones. I need to sleep too. Still, you can animate the community, okay? And there's a special day, which is Friday, and Friday is MP Day. So this means that we try, as most as possible, to have time on Friday to review merge proposals, okay? And if you are very interested in a merge proposal which you depend on for your project, Friday is the right day to connect on IRC and ask people if they could spare some time to review your MP. And it's also a nice time and place to get information about how to do reviews on your own. Okay, because this works on an exchange basis. Someone who just asks for reviews and never reviews will be, well, less considered as someone who do reviews as well as publish codes. Okay? And Twitter, there's a Twitter account that's Odoo community, which does announcement. Okay? And, well, you may want to follow that. Other OCA events during the community days. Tonight at 5, there's a presentation about the future of the Odoo Community Association by mainly Maxime Chambreuil, but I think there will be other guys from the board of the association, and they will be there to answer all your questions about the internal workings of the association. And tomorrow at 10 to 6, there will be the first General Assembly of the association. Everyone is welcome to participate. Okay, only the ones who have registered first are allowed to vote on the few voting questions which are which will be voted during the assembly. But still, it's a nice place to be, and I hope there'll be plenty of you tomorrow evening. That's all for me, and if you have questions, please ask. Yep. Of course, very important. Thank you, Nicolas. Yeah, if you are not a coder and want to contribute, translations are needed. Okay, of course. And I'll repeat that because this is very important. Functional testing. Okay, installing the module and checking that all the cases are covered and that there are no incoherent behaviors. Okay, that's very, very important. The question is, an OCB is the merge proposal on the OCB branch the same branch being submitted as the one on the official branch? Okay. The answer is no, because of a technical limitation in Launchpad. OCB server is not the same project as OpenERP server, OpenObject server. Okay, so you can't share branches and submit on both. What you can have is a bug being handled because it concerns two projects, okay? And these bugs can be shared among projects and fixed by two branches and two MPs and two different projects. And this works. So you share the bug report between the two projects, and then you make one branch for the official OpenObject server or OpenObject add-on, and you port that fix to another branch, which is a branch of OCB, okay, and that's normally just a simple cherry pick of the diff you made on the official branch, and you push that on the OCB project, and you submit that one as a branch, as a MP for OCB. Yep. Yes. Okay, there's some kind of replay of the changes made on the official branch. Okay, if you want the technical details, you'll have to ask Stefan Reinhardt. not sure if he's here, but he's at the, yes? Over there. And, but yes, basically there are periodical synchronization of the official branch into OCB. So these changes, which are made redundant, are, well, the merge just does nothing. Okay. When problems arise is when a bug is fixed in a different manner in the official branch. And then we get conflicts on OCB and we resolve the conflict manually. Fortunately, it doesn't happen that often. Okay, thank you very much, and see you later.
Ouais, ça marche, ouais.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start my presentation now. I'm Raphael Collet. I'm working for OpenERP for a bit more than 3 years now. And I'm one of the guys that's taking charge of, or taking care of the framework itself. For those of you who have heard about this new API thing, I'm the main developer of this new API, in fact. The purpose of this talk essentially is it's aimed at beginners. So it's not, probably experienced developers will not find much stuff interesting here. So it's aimed essentially at developers, beginner developers, and it's essentially like a mini course or mini introduction to OpenERP, to Odoo, and its backend. Okay? So I'm going to focus on the backend. There are other presentations that focus more on the front end. Okay? So the agenda of the presentation, well, there's not much on the agenda. Essentially, I'm going to simply make a quick sketch about the architecture of Odoo, such that you can understand exactly what the backend is and what the front end is. And we'll then dig into the backend side and start developing a small Odoo module. And in this case, it's an example for managing, a simplified module for managing courses or trainings or stuff like that. The architecture of Odoo is pretty classical. It's essentially a 3-tier architecture with a client server and a database. The database holds the data. The server actually is the actual implementation. And you have the client. And in our case, the client is a web client, even though it could be actually other types of clients are possible. But our main client is the web client, and this one is written in JavaScript. So it communicates with the server to essentially to make your applications run. The web client, as I say, the front side is in JavaScript, in the case of the web client. The backend is running Python. So the server is a Python program. And inside that server, you've got, in fact, a framework library for the server itself and the backend side of your modules. In fact, what you may call the business code of your module runs inside the server. And it's like plugged in the server. It's written in Python. And about the more specific development of, let's say, how you manage the data and so on, the framework follows more or less the MVC ID. So the idea is you have a model view controller triple. The model defines the data model, the business logic. The view defines how you can visualize the data. And you have controllers that helps you interact with that data, to perform actions on that data. And the whole Odoo application is, in fact, driven by that idea of model view controller. Okay, so what I'm going to propose you now is to let's develop a small module for managing courses sessions and subscriptions. So essentially, a course is like a matter you have to teach to someone. The session is somehow a particular instance of that course given at a certain date on a certain place to a group of attendees. Okay? And we're going to show here, essentially, the purpose is not to develop a module. The purpose is to learn the basic ingredients necessary to build such a module. Okay? So if you have already seen Odoo, essentially, you launch a server and you can install an application. I think I'm going to show you how you may install such a module. I'll do it this way. So your application looks like this. And so you got a list of modules. I'm going to go down there. Where's my, there, here. So here you got a bunch of modules. Those are the main modules you can install in OpenERP. And this is Open Academy. In fact, this was not supposed to happen. I will show you. So here I've already actually made a sketch of a small module. I can install it. And yeah, that's because I forgot to launch my server. Stupid me. There. Now the server's running. It does work. See, what is my, there. Here you get a new menu. So I created a menu for managing courses. And a course is something very simple. Essentially, it has a title and some description. The form here is ugly. It's actually a form that's automatically generated when you don't have one. Going back to my slides, there. And I'll come back on what a module is in Odoo. A module is essentially a Python module. And the Python part essentially will encode, will implement all the data models and the business logic. You need something we call a manifest file. It's, in fact, a file that describes the module informally and also provide a few links to more technical resources, like which files contain data, which files contain images that may be reused on the interface, and so on. And then you got a bunch of typically data files, and possibly JavaScript, CSS files for the front end. During this tutorial, I won't touch at all the front end side. I will just reuse essentially what you got in standard on the back end. Note that the description of the forms, the views, the menus, in fact, is done with data. That's why just with data files, we can already shape somehow the application. The manifest of my module looks like this. It's a pretty standard kind of manifest file. So you got the name of the module, some stuff that like who wrote it, some category, little description, and then you got a smaller, let's say more important elements like which other modules it depends on. That's for making sure that when you install your module, that other module is installed as well. So you can make a module depend on another, and then you got list of file names for specifying data files, image files, demo data files, and so on. Okay. So this is the manifest file, and let me show you. I'm going to do it that way. Let's try this one. So I'm going here to look for my modules. I put the module here in this subdirectory. So here, the module is pretty small. In fact, it just contains, don't bother about the static stuff, it's just for the small module icon. Here you got an XML file that contains menu description. This is the Python, this is the entry point for the module in Python. Okay, I won't make a course on Python, I expect you to know this. So this is the way to define a proper module, a proper package, in fact, in Python. This is the manifest, and this is one of the things imported by the init file. And so this is a component of my module. And I'm going back now to that code. So this is the same code. And this is a definition of the data model for the courses. As you can see, the model is defined as a Python class. There is a special attribute of that class called _name. That _name is like the name under which the model may be addressed from somewhere else. Actually, the reference, or the name of the Python class is irrelevant. What's important is the _name corresponding to that one. That name here, I chose openacademy.course, is how you can refer to the data model, independently from where it has been defined, extended, or whatever. And here, my Python class doesn't contain much. There's not much stuff about it. It uses a class called model as a base class. So it's the base class of models. That's easy. And here it defines two fields. And the fields are defined a bit like in Django or SQL Alchemy, for instance. They're defined as attributes on the class. But those things are, they're like, technically speaking, they're Python descriptors. That is, in an instance, when you say .name, you don't get the field itself, you get the value of the field for the record on an instance, okay? So here what you get is a description, in fact, of the model. So name is a character field. The attribute string is how you will make that name appear on the screen. So that's the label of the field. And there's an attribute to say that this field is required. That is, when you create a new instance of a course, you need to provide it a name. In terms of database, it means there cannot be a null value here. And you get a text field, which is like a character field, but as long as you want, for the description. Here, I didn't give a specific label. In fact, the label will be description with a capital. Sorry. So, in fact, this is all the Python code I have right now. And there's a bit of XML. And here I show you a small XML file. Don't bother about the outer tags, OpenERP and data. Here, in fact, only two of the tags are important. The menu item, this is for defining, guess what? A menu item. And there's a record for defining an action. I won't go into much detail about that, but essentially we define the menu items with an optional parent menu. And if you look at the parent menu, here and here, you can see that you have a top-level menu Open Academy with a sub-menu General and a sub-menu Courses. This is what you had on the screen here. So top-level menu Open Academy, the sub-menu General here, and Courses, which is the first item that's automatically selected here. And this record actually describes what to do when you click on that menu item. So the action is used here. So the last item, Courses, should execute this action when you click on it. And the action here, what it says, you have to visualize the courses. In fact, you have to visualize the records of the model openacademy.course. And here the view mode means that you need to show a list view first. And the list view in Odoo is called tree. And a form view then. There are other types of view available, but I will simply stick to those two for simplicity. So you see here, when I click on the courses, I have a list of courses. Here I have none at the moment. I'm going to create some stuff. This is my first course. Up, save it. And when I'm going back to the list of course, I have that one. I'll create a second one. Another course. I'm going back to the list. I have two courses. The first thing I'm going to do is to try to get rid of this default view that's just showing me all the fields in an ugly way. So I'm going to shape a bit the view. And the way in OpenERP we define a view is as data. Here is how you create a form view. It's an XML element called record. We already had a record for an action in the former slide. Here you got a record for an action. See here. Here we have a record for a view. And that kind of record, you have to give it a pet name. It's not important. The name of the model. So you say it's a view for the model openacademy.course. And then the last field called arch. This is what's called the architecture or somehow the description of the form. And as a value for arch, you have actually an XML snippet here, the one inside, the form thing. And so this says that this is a form view that contains a sheet The sheet is just for having the form look like a sheet with a small background. I'll put here the title, so which is the field called name, here on top. And you see, I got some, let's say, helpers for customizing how fields should appear. And here, for instance, the field should appear as a box in which I can type stuff. And if there's nothing typed in, I have something as a placeholder. I'm going to show you what it gives on the screen. And then I have here, this is for creating simply a tab part for the description. So I'm going to show you now what it looks like. So what you don't see is that I've actually stopped my server and relaunched it and asking that it does an upgrade of the module. Because I've changed the module. So it's reloading, and now it looks like this. You see? So this is the title case, which I put inside H1 elements. So that makes a big fat title. And you got a description in here below. If I create a new one, you can see I have a field here. The blue background are for required field. So here I can type more stuff. And here, whatever. Okay? This is corresponding to that view. So you see, this is more like a relatively abstract description. Actually, it borrows elements from HTML. And the rendering is done with a lot of CSS and styling and so on. So there's a relatively good separation between the content of the form and what it actually looks like. Now that we have courses, we'd like to define sessions. Essentially, session is when you teach a course at a particular date on a particular place for a group of people. So what we're going to do is to define a session model. So that's a second data model that we define as a Python class. So you add something like this in your Python file. And this is essentially a Python class. It inherits from the base class model. It has a different name. It must be a different name since it's a different model. And here you got simple data fields. And those data fields give the name of the session, which date it starts, how many days it lasts, and how many seats are available. And so here I'm going to again upgrade my server. And what I've done here is to I'll ask the server to upgrade. And now you can see in the menu I've added a session item. And when I click on that session, I get to a list of sessions. And when I try to create a session here, already define, in fact, a nice form view for the sessions. So here I can choose, in fact, to make a session for my first course. Here, this will be the June session. I can pick an instructor. You'll see in a moment how this instructor is implemented. Essentially, I can say that guy will teach the course. Pick a start date, number of days, and a number of seats. Okay, so far? You may see that here I have a field instructor which wasn't there in the description of the model. And the course wasn't there either. My model looks like this. There's no magic. To get the things work, I have to add these two fields. And here, the extra fields look like this. In Odoo, we use a particular type for fields that are references to other records. We call this a many-to-one. This corresponds to many-to-one relations, if you know a bit of entity relationship theory and stuff like that. Essentially, many-to-one means that many records can refer to mine. And you can only refer to one record at most. In other words, it's a simple reference. You can think it as a simple pointer, if you're more into that image. And the many-to-one field requires one parameter, and the parameter is the name of the model of the values of that field. So course is a reference to an openacademy.course record. Okay? This is like a foreign key. In fact, this is much like a foreign key in the database. And actually, this thing will generate automatically foreign keys in your database. Okay? So something I haven't told you yet, but there's a database underneath. And when I create a data model, Odoo creates automatically a corresponding table for me in the database. And all the columns will correspond to fields. And for some fields like this one, it will automatically create foreign keys and such things to make the table both consistent and efficient. Here you can see the second guy here, the instructor. I make a reference to a model called res.partner. In fact, this is the model that's defined in the base modules of Odoo and which refer, in fact, to contacts. And they may be partners, suppliers, customers, whatever. Essentially, this is the address book. Res partner is the address book in Odoo. So I got these two fields, and I've included them in the model and in the view as well. And you can see here, those many-to-one fields essentially allow you to search for an existing record or create new records on the fly, and so on. Okay, maybe I'm going to show you quickly what the the view looks like here. Wait a second. Here, this is for the session. The session view looks like this. Oh, it's ugly. I'm sorry, it's not very readable. Just look at here. You have elements called groups. Those are the elements that you can use for grouping fields into columns. Okay, with the label on the left and the widget for filling it on the right hand side. Okay. I'm going back here. So I have this many-to-one field. And I'd like to add extra fields. What I need here is from a session, I can refer to its corresponding course. But when I'm on a course, I would like an easy way to refer to the corresponding sessions. It's like looking at the relation from the other point of view, from the other side. And this is what we call the one-to-many field. So you got many-to-one, that's one way. One-to-many is the other way. In the one-to-many field, so here in the course data model, I add a sessions field, and that field will hold the sessions, the session record attached to a particular course. And this session is defined as a one-to-many field. The model of the values is the session model, openacademy.session, and the extra parameter is the the many-to-one field that's going the other way around. So here it's the inverse of the relation openacademy.session course. Okay, so the sessions is the inverse of the course relation on the sessions module, on the session module. And it will look like this. Just have a look. Here you don't see them yet, so I'm going to do this. Upgrade my database. And I've added, in fact, the new fields in the form view of the course. And you see here the sessions corresponding. I had defined a June session for my first course. It appears there. Okay? If I enter more sessions, I will see them appearing here. Okay? Now let's try to get a step further. Many-to-one, one-to-many, they're particular kinds of relations, but they're not the most general one. The most general type of relation is called a many-to-many, which means essentially you can associate any item on the left to any number on the right, and any item on the right-hand side can be associated to any number of items on the left-hand side. Okay? And the definition, you see, it's very small, very easy. You say, here, I have a many-to-many field, and for subscribing my attendees, in fact, I'll simply make a relation to my address book. So every item in the list of attendees will be someone, a record in the address book. Okay? So that's a nice way to reuse existing models. And once I've done this, I can look at what it looks like on the screen. Here I don't have it yet, so I'm going to upgrade again my database. There it is. You've got a list of attendees. So it's a simple field, and with that one, just putting the field attendees in my form, I have this stuff, and where I can select some of my partners. Let's say here, we got 3 guys that's going to participate to my session. So far, so good? This is the core of the whole the whole management of data in OpenERP, in Odoo, sorry. Not used to it yet. Now let's try to get some, let's say, this is pretty much, let's say, static data. I just fill in data, save, it stays there, and that's it. I can relate records with each other, that's fine, but it's static. There's not much dynamic, there's not much business logic into that. So let's move on now to something that's more closer to some business logic. There's a feature that you can, this is a functionality that you may use on any type of field, is to make a so-called computed field. Computed field means that the value of that field is not filled in by the user, it's actually computed from other values, typically on the same record. And this is how you define a computed field. First, where's my mouse? There. Here, you've got the field definition. So you see, taken seats equal fields.float, so it's a decimal field. And the parameter you see, the attribute you see is called compute, and it's actually the name of a method. So compute taken seats. So what this field is supposed to say is how many seats are taken among the ones that were foreseen. So on the sessions, you foresee a certain number of seats, then you subscribe participants, attendees, and you'd like to see quickly which percentage of the seats have been taken by attendees. Here is how it works. So you mention the name of the method that does the computation for you. And that method is defined below. First, ignore these 2 decorators. The important part is this one. Here, self represents the record on which you want to compute that field. And the way you do it, you access the fields of self, make your computation, and then assign the result on self.taken seats. Self.taken seats, it's exactly the thing we had to compute. So we assign, in fact, the result to that field. And so you say, if I have a non-null number of seats, then I say you take the number of attendees, self.attendees is the attendees, the records that represent the attendees attached to self, the current record. You can get its length, to see how many attendees you have, and you divide by the number of seats that were foreseen in the session. And you multiply it by 100 to make it a percentage. If you have 0 seats foreseen, you just leave it to 0. Okay? I'm going to show you what it looks like on the screen. Quick update here, there. On the screen, it will look like this. There you got it. The taken seats, you can see it here on the right-hand side. Here I'm using just a special widget for showing the value as a progress bar. Because it's a percentage, it's actually more readable, and you can see it quicker whether it's desperately empty or nearly full. And here it says 25%. 25% is, well, 3 attendees divided by 12 available seats, that's 25%. Now look at this. I haven't done any more magic, but if I change the values that the field depends on, it's automatically recomputed. It went from 25% to 30%, because I changed the number of seats from 12 to 10. And if I add some extra attendees, let's say I'll pick that guy. Here, now I have 4 attendees. The percentage goes from 30 to 40%. You have nothing special to do to make this magic work. Well, almost nothing. On the front end, there's nothing to be done for you. It's only on the back end that you have a bit of work. How does that work? Here, it's thanks to these decorators. The decorators here says the field taken seats depends on the field attendees and seats. So this is declaring to the framework, this field depends on those 2 other fields. And the framework does the necessary magic such that when you modify a field it depends on, taken seats is automatically recomputed on the fly. Okay? The API.1 decorator, yeah? It's a particular unchanged method, in fact. So for those who know the former API, the old API, it didn't work automatically in the old API. You had yourself to put triggers on the right fields for triggering the recomputation of the field. Now, because you declare which fields you depend on, in fact, the server automatically inserts the triggers in the view. You have nothing special to do. For computed fields, it works right away. I'll talk a bit more about self in this programming interface. Self, so in Python, it's the current object. It's an instance of the model. And here, this is something that's a bit original with this API. Self is a kind of a hybrid concept. It can be used both for representing a record, but it actually can represent a collection of records. So as it's a collection of records, I can ask for its length, I can select element from that collection, iterate over the collection, And below you see a small for loop on self. And on each such record set, I can access fields. When I access a field, or when I assign a field on a record set, actually only the first element in the record set is impacted. So when you say self.name, it's actually the name of the first record contained in self. Okay? That sounds a bit weird as a design, but actually it has the advantage of looking pretty much like an active record framework, because you can read and assign, access and assign attributes on a record, and it's automatically doing what's necessary on the database to read or write what you've been asked or given. But it can also, especially, you can also define operations on collections of records. And so you can perform operations on batches. So having this hybrid representation helps you to work on batches and stuff, things like that. Going back to this one. So here I had a field which is always computed independently from the context, in fact. So the value of taken seats is always determined by those two other fields. There is another way of defining, and the person here mentioned, this is what we call the on-change methods. Essentially, what you'd like to say is, when the user fills in something in a particular field in the form, actually it should automatically fill in other fields on the same form. So it's like a way to help the user filling in fields in a quicker way. The typical example is that when you select a customer for a sale order, typically the delivery address and the invoicing address is automatically selected from the customer you've chosen. You can change the second value, but at least you got this automatic form filling. And that helps filling the forms away faster. And so this on change, just like before, you don't have to do anything in the view as such. In fact, you declare that when you change the field course in the form view, then you execute what's there. Self represents, it's something like the record, but with the values you have on the form. It's not the record as it looks like in the database. It's actually the record as it looks like in the user form. And here you say, okay, when I change the course on the form, I should automatically overwrite the name if it hasn't been written yet. And what it looks like is this. So it's in the, this one, here. If I create a new session, I pick, for instance, this course. So click, you see? The name has automatically been filled with the name of the course. And here I can actually complete and add or modify the value that was there. And once it's done, I can change it has no longer any effect. Okay? So those were the on-change methods. They have a much simpler API than they used to have. I'm going to show you one or two extra bits. Those are default values. Essentially, this is the initial value of a field, and you declare it with an attribute called default on the field itself. And so, for instance, here I have a field called active that has a default value true. The default value, actually, you can also put here the one below fields.date.today. That's actually a function. So when you pass in a function and the framework needs a default value, it will then call the function. Okay? So today can be called to retrieve a default value. I don't have much time, so I'm going to pass this one. There's many more stuff you can do on the back end, which I haven't seen here because of lack of time, of course. But you can actually extend existing models. You're not just limited to defining your own models. You can actually add some fields, for instance, to an existing model and have a kind of an incremental definition of the models depending on which modules are installed. So there's many more view types as well that you can define. And you have stuff like workflows, report generation, security management, and support for translations. Okay. So, as a conclusion, I'm going to conclude now. This was a first presentation to show you that developing modules in the backend is easy. And for those who actually used to write those backend modules before, it's actually slightly easier than before. The modules have a simple structure. It hasn't changed over quite some time, over years. And the model definition, we've tried to make as intuitive and efficient as possible. We use Python standards like decorators and descriptors, for those who know. And the record set concept allows to manage both individual records and collections with just one concept, with just one type of instance, in fact. And you got, of course, in the framework, many hooks to define default values, computed fields, constraints, and lots of stuff like that. And this is the conclusion of my presentation. So I think I'm a bit late. It's almost 3. If you have any question? Yes, sir. Yeah, okay. So the first question was whether the onChange method wouldn't trigger too much stuff on the client side. Is this what you mean? Okay. So can we use the onChange method outside the context of, the client front end, in fact? I would say not automatically. By default, the onChange only affects the front end, the user interface. If you want still to have that onChange work even when you modify a record, then you have to override the method write, in fact, on the model, and call yourself. You can actually call the onChange method directly on the record you will modify. So it's not automatic for having it that way, But it's actually easier to have than before. Because the API of the onChange is simply you pass in the record, and the onChange does something on that record. It changes some values on that record. Yes? Yeah, the database model is defined through classes. Yes, there's a synchronization with the database. We use Postgres, in fact, as the backend database. Only Postgres, yes. Conceptually, we don't have so many dependencies on Postgres, but still, we have a few ones, and porting to another backend is a bit tricky, especially because in your own code, you can actually directly query the database through SQL. If you know the mapping between the model and the mapping between the model and the tables in the database is pretty straightforward. It's quite straightforward. So when you know that mapping, you can sometimes, most of the time, it's for performance reasons. If something is not fast enough, you perform it directly in SQL. But then you may depend, of course, on the dialect that Postgres uses. And that's actually the hard part if you want to move to a different database engine. A project for doing that, not as far as I know. But I may be not aware of something. So it's 3 now. I think I will step out and let the successor seat in. Thank you.
Le job screen c'était facile ou pas à mettre? Ça commence bien. Donne-toi, est-ce qu'il va pas? Sorry.
Can you hear me? Does this work? Okay, sorry for delay. My name is Gery Debongnie, and today I'm going to talk to you about how to develop automated tests. Automated tests are actually quite simple. So I don't know if this talk was advertised as advanced or beginner, but it's not going to be difficult. Anyway, tests is not the proper title for this talk. Oh. No big deal. Test is not exactly the good title for this talk. It should be tour, because that's what we're going to talk about. A tour is a test or a tutorial. And I'm going to show you first what I mean by a tutorial. I don't know if you've been through the if you played with the website yet, but what you can do is on the help menu, you can click on those submenus, which will lead you to a tutorial. A tutorial is simply just a sequence of steps waiting for the user to act. So it indicates where I should click, in this case, the content menu, and then which submenu I need to click on, and give some content information. In this case, select new projects, and so on. So that's what a tutorial is. It detects what the user is doing and acts on it. All right. So let's quit this tutorial and go back to the talk. So a tutorial is a sequence of steps. It's a linear sequence. There is no branching. You just do one thing, then the next, then the next, then the next, then the next. If the user doesn't do it, it just doesn't care. It waits for the condition to be fulfilled before the step. Tests are exactly the same, but the JavaScript code simulates a user. It just clicks for you and acts as, just like a user. So let me show you. Oops, sorry. Let me show you this. Okay. You can actually access the tour by the developer tools. So in this case, if I run this command, it will launch the shop tutorial just like I did before. See? Now, okay, there's an error. Oops. What I can do is I can run this tour as a test instead of a tutorial. So let's do that. I just type tests as the second argument. Then it will, as you can see, click for you automatically and just do the full sequence of steps by itself. See? And it just says that the tour took 9 seconds to complete in this case. So that's what I mean by test, right? Okay, so what are the use cases for this new feature? Well, obviously, you can guide your users with detailed steps on how to complete given tasks. So you probably seen a few of them in the help menu. In this case, we have 3 tutorials accessible, and it depends on the modules that you installed in your server instance. All of those front-end modules start with website, so you can just check easily. You can also test any kind of business flow. So you can just simulate a customer buying a ticket or registering for an event or looking at some page and going through the full flow from start to finish.
So far, it works only in the front end, but soon it's going to be available in the backend as well. So you can also simulate your own modules in the backend, CRM, sales, whatever you want. So that's quite interesting to look at. And the magic, the core of this feature is in the file website.tour.js. So what does it do? You just give that function as an input, a declarative description. I'll just show you in a few minutes how it is done. You just declare step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on. And then website.tour just does its magic. It registers the tour if it's a tutorial, it registers it in the help menu. It manages everything you need to do. It is a standalone, actually. It doesn't use the framework, which is better for testing purposes. It saves its state in local storage. So that's necessary because when you run this, when you run a test or a tutorial, when you run a test or a tutorial, of course, you sometimes change from one page to a different one. So it needs to know at which steps it is, and it needs to know that it's running, actually. So it saves its state. It simulates all DOM events. So we have two cases. You have tutorials and tests. Tests, all events are simulated to act exactly like a user would do. It also indicates at which steps it failed, if it failed, which is good for testing purposes. We'll talk about that at the end of this talk. First, I want to give you just a simple example of what it looks like. I mean, the input to website tour is quite simple. Just, I won't explain it in detail right now, just in the next slide. But for now, you can just see that you register an object in website tour, and you describe a sequence of steps. And those strings are just CSS selectors. If you don't know what it means, don't worry, it's not that difficult. We'll talk about that in a few seconds. So let's just discuss those parameters. Of course, you need an ID. It just needs to be unique. It's not really important. It's just the key with which your tutorial will be, or tests will be saved. A name is not really important as well, at least for the testing purpose. Just describe what test or tutorial is running. It's useful, of course, for tutorials because it's actually the descriptions that the user will see. Path is sometimes useful. It depends on what you need to do. It just describes the URL where you need to go. So when you start running the tour or the tutorial, it will look at the current URL and will decide and will move to the path URL if needed before starting actually to do its work. And then finally, the last attribute in this here is mode. A tour can be run in two modes, tests or tutorial. Of course, I just didn't talk yet about the most interesting one, the steps. A steps is simply defined as a selection of attributes. You have a title, some element wait for or wait not, and eventually some other attributes. So let's talk about the title. In the example here, you have just a very simple title. It's because this is a test, so we don't really care about the user. I'll show you later that for a tutorial, the title is properly capitalized and is translated into the correct language. So tests are just simpler because the user experience does not matter, actually. So a test is defined by title. I just talked about it. Element, wait for, and why not are the three most important attributes you can use. So the element is the target of the step. Each step is aimed at some particular piece of the DOM. So in this case, you can see it's a CSS selector which points towards something with the ID of customize menu button. Wait for, okay, let me just explain how the steps works, how the tool works. When you start, you are at pre-step, you are step 0 in some way, and the tool looks at the next step, in this case, step 1. It will just look at the attributes, element, wait for, wait not. It needs, if it sees element, the tool will wait for this CSS, this DOM element to appear in the DOM and to be visible. So if it does not see it, it will just wait. I'm sorry, it will not wait in this case. It will fail if it does not see it. Wait for is what I was telling you about. Wait for is, you can see it here, is a selector, is an attribute which tells the tool from this step, before going from this step to this one, you wait for this to appear and to be visible in the DOM. So in this case, you wait for an input, a checked input, inside a label, inside a form with class JS attributes. If it finds it, as soon as it finds it in the DOM, it will move from these steps to the next one. And wait not is the opposite. Wait not is an attribute saying, okay, now I'm waiting that something disappears, or at least it's not visible for the user. So you can have any combinations of those three attributes, and all of them need to be fulfilled before going to the next step. So let's just discuss this simple example. We start at step 0. The tool will look in the DOM to see if a button, we don't know if it's a button, if something with the ID customize menu button is visible. If it is visible, it will move to step 1. If it's not, it will fail. Then it look for the at step 1, it will look for the conditions for step 2 to be fulfilled. In this case, it just needs to find something in the for some. I'm sorry, we can see what's after this. It waits for a link to be visible for the user, and it will move to step 2. After this, it will wait for this element to be visible, and will move to step 4, and so on. Oh, wait. When it's in step C, at this step, it will just wait for something to appear. When it's visible, it will move. At these steps, you can see there is 2 conditions: wait not and element. It will wait that for a product cart to disappear from to not be visible, and then it will wait as well for this class for this link to be visible. When those 2 conditions are fulfilled, it will go from these steps to this one, and then it will wait for an input to be visible and move to the next to the last step. I didn't tell you exactly something. I didn't tell you why the DOM changes. When you are in a tutorial, it just waits for the user to act, of course. But if it's in test mode, this one is actually a test. it will act itself automatically. So let me explain how it is, how those actions are done. When you go from one step to the next one, it will look for an element target. That element is, of course, by definition, available to be acted upon. So in this case, in each case, if there is an element target, it will trigger the JavaScript, the jQuery event, mouse enter, then mouse down, then mouse click, then mouse up, then mouse leave, with a small delay between each event. It simulates a user moving its mouse on the element, clicking, so it put the focus on it, and then leaving with the mouse. Then, if on top of this, there is an attribute sample text, it will simulate key down and will change the value of the input or the select. It will change it. Otherwise, it will set the HTML to the value of sample text. So you can simulate this way that a user move its mouse on an input, click on it, and enter some value. If you have a snippet attribute, there is no snippet attribute in those examples, but if there was, it would simulate a drag and drop. So it would simulate a mouse down, a mouse move in the down direction, and then the mouse up. So you can test, that's what we did to test our website builder. It's done with just those kind of events. So let me go back to this. So what's going to happen when the tour starts, the test in this case, starts from step 0 to step 1? It will see that there is something in a DOM. It's actually a button, I think. It will move to step 1 and will interact with it. It will, in this case, since it's a button, it will just move the mouse on top of it, click it, and and leave with the mouse. And this will activate the menu button, which will open the menu. So it will just do, I'm not sure which one was it? Customize menu, of course. It will just click on this link. That's it. At least, it will not do it literally. It will trigger the events just like a user would. Okay? All right. Then, clicking on it trigger the events, and the JavaScript, the web client, Odoo client, will act and open the menu. That's what I just did 1 second ago. Once the menu is open, so the tool will wait for the menu to open. So you can have, we can have a large delay between the click and the action. It does not matter. The tool will just look at the DOM every few milliseconds. I don't know the exact delay. And once there is a sublink in the menu, it will move to this second steps and will interact with it. In this case, it will just click on it and then wait. It will wait at step 2 until this appears in the DOM. At this step, it will click on it. It's an input. It will click on it and wait. Then it will look at the next step, and in this case, it will just wait for this element to appear, and so on. So that's basically the flow of a tour. It's going from one step to the next, and then looking at the condition for the next one. If it's wait for, it wait. If it's wait dot, it wait. And I think I told you it would wait, but that was wrong. It will just directly go to the next step if there is no wait for or wait not. It will just click on the element. All right. So that's quite simple, actually. So let's look at how a tutorial can be done. A tutorial it's exactly the same, except that we care about what the user will see, of course. So in this case, we translate the name of the tutorial, so the user can see it in its own language. We translate the title of each step, and we add some extra attributes. In this case, the content attribute is it describes just the content of the pop-up that you can see. So let me show you. I think it's this tutorial. The content is just this part. Okay, so that's right. Okay, and then you can add some other informations. So in this case, you can add a button which says how to go to the next step, and you can add an end which gives you a button to stop the tutorial. You also have, in this case, some other attributes like this one, placement. Placement left, just tell the tool to place the pop-up to the left of the element. The element is always the main target. You can have some more technical information. In this case, fixed true. It's about positioning. When you scroll up or down, you want sometimes the pop-up window to follow or not the scrolling. So position fixed just tells the tool if the pop-up should be fixed or not, which depends on what you're looking at. I think we basically went over the full API of website.tour. It's quite simple. You might have some other attributes like onload. You can add onload and give it a method, and the tool will call that method when it's starting this step. So you can do some extractions if you need to. And that's it. It's actually quite simple. It's a simple feature which is done for our own internal testing. You can just follow the examples. And I think that's the best way to start working on those tools. Just open one of those examples, and you have those sequence of steps. You just need to decide, do I want a tutorial or do I want just a test? Doing a test is simpler. You have less work to do. And then just look at it and modify it depending on your needs. That's it, actually. So now just a few words on testing in practice, what we're doing. You probably know that we use the runbot system to run a continuous integration suite and to launch all our tests for each build, each branch is built by the runbot. So what you can do, there is an example in this file, test cell process. Test cell process just launch the test suite with Phantom.js. Phantom is a kind of a fake web browser with the full DOM and JavaScript API available. So you can use it to test it from the server point of view. So in this case, it will launch Phantom.js and will give Phantom some instructions. It will tell him to run this tutorial. In this case, it's a tutorial in test mode. That's what I just did in the developer tools at the beginning of this talk. it will give him some other arguments. It will give him the actual informations on the tours and a login. So you can also test, of course, as an administrator or as a normal user, what it's going to look. And you can see that in this case, you have an inject parameter. Inject just tells Phantom.js to use those files for its testing purpose. So that's what we use internally to test our CMS, our website applications on the front end. What is coming, it's almost ready, but it's not finished yet. We're going to add this test also on the backend side of Odoo. It's almost ready, but not there yet. And so you can expect to see those kind of tests in lots of add-ons. We also want to, for example, to automate clicking on any button inside Odoo. So you can just check if you have no traceback or you have not broken anything while working. So it's going to be a pretty nice feature to test from the point of view of a user. We also, right now, on the front-end side, for example, for the SaaS systems, you cannot add your own JavaScript files, just like Antony told us this morning. We're working on something to allow the user to upload its own files. I don't know the state of this feature. It's coming soon, I guess. And thank you for your attention. So, any questions? Well, when you mean regular sales, you mean the right. Oh, well, the file which does this magic, I mean, website.tour.js is independent doesn't use the Odoo framework. It uses just jQuery, I think. So you can't. I don't know if it's been done, but I assume you can just use it in Odoo's in OpenERP sets version 7, and you just use it like this. I don't know. It needs to be tested, but it should work. What it's basically, it's independent from Odoo in some way. It just simulates jQuery. It just triggers some events, and yeah, it should work. But I don't know. I've never tested, but it should work. But we don't plan to do it ourselves in older version, I guess. But you can try. Any other question? That's he's asking if there is any reason why we didn't use Selenium or other testing framework, I guess. I'm afraid I can't answer that question. I don't know. That's a good question. I think yes. Pretty sure. You can customize it, yes. Any other question? Well, thank you for your attention. I think I didn't make myself clear. So when you write, let me show this. When you write this, it's at the same time a tutorial and a test. So this code is just run in, either it's run in test mode or it's run in tutorial mode. So let me show you again on the website. You can just run the same test. I don't know if you can read. In this case, the name of the test is shop. And in this case, it's run in tutorial mode. So you can just interact with it as a tutorial. So it's the logic of the tutorial. But the same code can be run in test mode. So you don't have to rewrite it. It's just exactly the same, of course. So in this case, it's done in test mode, and the tool just does its work all by itself. Did I answer your question?
Morning, Laurent. Good morning, Joe Lawrence. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce, and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on, year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
Why would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community. So it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Okay. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynaps. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah. So good morning, also Yves, Pascal. Yeah, my name is Carol from Dynaps. I'm managing partner of Dynaps. We started about 2 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that, we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies. But at a certain moment, we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP, because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investment to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is, of course, the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Yeah. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year, and it was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here, but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here, with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors. Commercial stuff of Odoo. It's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
Good morning, Joe Lorenz. You are the CEO at ITAS in Germany. You are a new partner of Odoo. Tell me more about your company and about you.
Yes, thanks very much for having me here for that interview. It's right, we are a new partner for Odoo, but we are really thrilled to be here at that event. It's marvelous to see all those great people, the enthusiasm, all that mood and manner. It is really mind-boggling for us. It's a great event.
And how long does your company work for Odoo?
We are in the IT business since more than 15 years already. We are a pretty fresh Odoo partner, I have to admit, but we are a senior partner when it comes to business software implementations. We do that for 15 years now, in particular in the area of portals, e-commerce and all kind of back-end systems. We did a lot of implementations there. And now we found that it is really worthwhile having a new, fresh system, a great look, and in particular also a new great platform and all those great people.
You said that Odoo is a fresh system. Why choosing Odoo to implement in other companies? Why choosing Odoo?
I see a couple of advantages actually. Today, on the one hand side, what I see is a big chunk of innovation coming from that system year on. So there's a lot of new things which are really demanded by the marketplace. So we see that the fit for the customers is the best right now. And the other thing is that I also see a strong trend towards openness. Your open platform, which Odoo is based on, regardless whether it's the system of the operating system or the system itself, is something that people admire because then they know what they have. They can look inside if they need to, and we are kind of not getting sold for something which we do not know what is in the box.
Why would you recommend OpenERP to end customers?
Because I see a couple of advantages for their particular businesses. If you are a small business owner, you have the particular modules that you can run out of the box. You have the SaaS offering on the one hand side. If you are a mid-sized company where you have some customizations, you can do that. You have partner network, which is really set up and can really deliver on those kind of promises. And it's a strong community. So it's really a value add for the customer to see what's evangelizing here. And on the other hand, you see the biggies in the marketplace, they are not any longer moving. I think they are getting kind of a little bit fed up, and that is not paying off for the customer. The customer wants to get really innovative tendencies, and that's getting with Odoo.
I know that you are German. Maybe you can answer the next question in German. Where are you located in Germany?
Wir stammen aus der Nähe von München, östlich vom Münchner Flughafen sind wir angesiedelt und wir machen jetzt den nächsten wichtigen Schritt in Richtung Partnerschaft mit Odoo. Wir sind Silberpartner, möchten gern auch weiterhin noch weiter im Partner-Ranking steigen und freuen uns unheimlich drauf, mit all den Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten.
Thank you for your answers. Good morning, Carol. You're a managing partner at Dynaps. Tell me more about your company and about yourself.
Yeah. So good morning also, Yves, Pascal. My name is Carol from Dynaps. I'm managing partner of Dynaps. We started about 2 years ago with the implementing of OpenERP. Before that, we implemented the Oracle ERP systems in a lot of companies. But at a certain moment, we could not work very well in the PMEs, in the small business companies with Oracle ERP, because it was too expensive and not dynamic and efficient enough. So we did a market study, and out of that market study, OpenERP came as a very good system for the PMEs or small companies.
Except the fact OpenERP is affordable for small companies, why would you recommend OpenERP for end customers?
We recommend OpenERP for smaller companies because it's flexible. It's of course less investment to do because it's open source, and users are very quickly can very quickly work with OpenERP because it's very intuitive to work with.
Do you have a key business case you are glad to share with the people?
Yes, one of our, we have more key business cases, but one of them is, of course, the integration of Jira with OpenERP for doing the project accounting management of companies who are developing software or doing engineering projects. On the other hand, we have also an implementation with OpenERP for the wholesale companies, for electricity companies, audio selling, things like that. That's also a solution based on OpenERP.
Okay. And about the Opendays, how do you find the new place? Because I think you were there last year and it was not the same. And
we were also last year, not here, but in Brussels. I think Odoo did a major improvement to come over here with also a very good setting, I think, with the colors, commercial stuff of Odoo. It's a lot better than next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Karel.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we can start the presentation now. A few people are probably going to join in the next minutes, but we can start slowly. So this talk is about one of our most critical tool in the R&D department. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Olivier Dony. As you see, I work in the R&D department. I've done many things in the company for the last 5 years. I also work with the community as a technical community manager, so for everything low level and with the platform and the community tools online. And I'm also working on the SaaS platform now as part of the R&D tasks. So what are we going to discuss today? Well, some of the new features in the updated runbot version. For many of you know already our old runbot platform, and we have a few nice things in the new one. So I'll describe the main features, some of them new, some of them already existing, and we'll see how you can use it on your side, either the old and the new runbot, and discuss a few tips and tricks that could be useful. Some of them are not well known, especially as the new platform has only been launched a few days ago. So what is runbot? In case you're not familiar with it, it is our continuous integration system. So it is really the main part that decides, the main tool that decides whether a feature or a bug fix is going to be accepted and applied in the main series, the official branches. This is a terrible picture, I think. But basically what runbot does is like saying yes or no for every commit that we do, and based on that we decide what to do with the branch. No commit really goes on the main branches without first being tested on runbot. It is very important, and what happens when the main branches are read on runbot, it means that basically all work in R&D has to stop, because all of the branches, all of the work that we are doing at that moment cannot be tested properly, because if the main branch is read, obviously anything you do on top of that is going to be read. It doesn't pass the test, so you don't know. And that's happened in the past, and it is not a good situation. So this shows how critical runbot is for us. It runs the full test suite for every commit that happens. So it's watching the repositories and running the full test suite. What is the full tests? It depends on the series, because we have been writing more and more tests over the past few versions. I think I remember in version 6, the tests were running in a few minutes, like 4 or 5 minutes for the full test series. As you can see here, for version 7, it takes 10 minutes. And that's not because the software has become slower, it's because there are many more tests. You can see that we have more than 1,500 YAML tests. So those are scenarios, business scenarios that are written and stored in the system, running on top of the demonstration data and playing with all the different business flows that you can get. We have a few hundred Python tests. So those are more like unit tests usually, written to test specific algorithms, smaller parts of the business flows. And we have a few hundred JavaScript tests for the UI part, like the behavior of the widgets in the front end. We've added something quite new in version 8. You are probably aware of all the CMS and the website front-end features that we have added in the framework. So that is a critical part that was not part of the business scenarios, not part of the automated JavaScript tests. So it's a completely unexplored and untested area of the system, even if, of course, it uses the same underlying framework and business logic. So we have to test it as well. So what we have added, you can see for version 8, I mentioned 1,500 crawling tests. So what happens is that after installing every module and performing all the other tests on those modules, the runbot is going to crawl all the controllers, so all the website pages that are available as part of the official modules. Is going to look at your e-commerce, is going to click on every link that you can see on the first page of every on every controller. Basically, you can think as crawling everything and all the links that you can find on all the built-in routes. So it discovers all the routes that are exposed by the different apps that you have installed, and verifies that it's just a smoke test. Basically, that means it just hits the page, looks that everything is loading fine, that there is no traceback, no error. So that's a simple test, but it's a very important test, and it has caught quite a few issues. And then, after performing everything in the test suites, that is, everything is finished. It doesn't just do what continuous integration systems normally do, that is just report a status. It also keeps a live instance, actually a live instance with 2 different databases available for testing. And this is what makes runbot totally different and a lot more powerful than typical integration systems. Because those live databases, you can test them. You can use them to test this specific commit. You can use that at all times to look at the series, because if you look at this screen, we have a few sticky branches at the top of runbot. Those are our official series that we are using for the main releases, and those are always live. You see that there's always an icon, a blue icon to connect to those databases. So whenever you want to know if there's a bug, if this bug is present in this series or not, you can just go to runbot, click on that series, and test it live. You play with the data. It's a demo database. You can do whatever you want on it. It's going to be discarded and reset with the next commit. So it's fine. So whenever you have a bug fix that has been implemented and you want to make sure that the bug is actually fixed, you can just go hit that commit and test it live. So the main features, I've discussed a little bit of them. What it does now, the new version, is watching a repository. Watching the repository on GitHub, because we are now hosted on GitHub. It's watching every commit of every branch that is part of the repository. So anything that we do, all the R&D new features that are being developed, and all of the bug fixes, everything is discovered automatically, and it appears 1 minute later in the runbot, because there's a check every minute, and we have an API with notifications from GitHub, so we know every minute what has appeared there. Then it's going to build it immediately if there's an available worker for it. We can fine-tune the workers based on the configuration on live. We can start more workers if we see that it becomes necessary. So there should be normally a few minutes only before to wait before it starts really building your every commit. It's going to provide 3 different outputs based on the result of the test suites. There's the green, OK, because everything passes fine, no issues at all. There's failure, red, and then there's warning. Red is easy. It's basically, there was a traceback, an error, a test that doesn't pass, an assertion error, anything that's broken in the system. So that's plain red. And then there's warning. That's something that is important to know as well. It's just that there was a warning during the execution of the test. Usually it could be we are using a deprecated feature somewhere. We have forgotten to define some access rights. We have all those typical issues are detected by warnings, because it could be that they're not critical, not blocking issues, but on the main branches, it's actually a problem. The new V8 runbot doesn't yet do the orange status. If you've seen the V7 runbot, the old runbot, it was doing that. We are adding that soon in the new one. So it keeps live instances, and it also allows adding extra repositories, because by default it's watching the Odoo official repository and the development repository of Odoo, which is Odoo in the organization Odoo-dev. But it actually allows to register other repositories for, I don't know, for partners who would be hosting all of their customer branches on additional repositories. So that will be possible as well. And you can see that runbot is really like the watchguard between all the work that is done on the repository and what is actually accepted in the final version. We never deploy on the SaaS platform any branch that is red. We don't merge fixes on the SaaS branches if they're red. The nightly builds will not be generated if the tests do not pass. So customers who are downloading the software on the website, they will not be able to grab a nightly build as an installation package that hasn't passed all the tests. So what has mainly changed? Something that I haven't talked about yet. Obviously, it's not watching Bazaar branches on Launchpad anymore. Actually, you can still use the old runbot. It's still around at runbot.openerp.com, the old URL. There's a link at the top of the runbot page for that. So we don't plan to deprecate that anytime soon. We keep it running, and it's still watching the branches on Launchpad if you need so. But now, it's not just watching the official repository commits, it's also watching the pull requests. That's a lot more powerful, because when I was talking about being able to watch extra repositories, most of the time you won't need that, because if you are doing a pull request towards the official branches, you have fixed a bug, you have implemented a feature, runbot will notice it immediately, because the GitHub API allows us to do that. We're going to build it immediately. So you don't need to do anything special. You will just see it appear in the pull request. Another nice thing with GitHub, the GitHub integration, is that we can tag the pull requests. We can put the status of the continuous integration result directly in the interface. This is really great. This is what it looks like. Whenever you look at the page of the pull request, or if you are the author or you are watching it, you'll get a notification whenever this has occurred. And you can see that it's red or green, and you get directly a link to view the results of the build with all the logs and the errors. If there was one, will be there to see. Well, of course, one thing that comes granted with the new GitHub hosting is that we have merged all the repositories, server, web, and add-ons into one repository. So there's no more branch matching needed for testing, because you had to, with the old runbot, if you are familiar with it, you had to name properly your branches, because depending on the name, it would pick the right series and match the different projects that should be run together. Because if you have a patch for the add-ons of version 7, you want it to run on the server of version 7. But how do you specify that? It was based on name conventions. And now that's not needed anymore, because you have a pull request with the full repository, so it just needs that. And one thing that is new as well is that the new one is based on just a simple app. It's an Odoo application that you can download and install on your Open Odoo server if you actually need it, and you can modify it using the familiar framework you are used to. So those are the new things. So how can you use it? Well, I've highlighted a few use cases. You want to test new features. You don't have to download the source code, run the server, make sure you have updated everything, that you need to create a new database and so on. You just go on runbot and you get a live version that you can test. you have two databases available because runbot keeps a live server with two databases initialized. One is empty with just the base app installed, the base module installed, so you can install other modules if you want to test small features. It's like incrementally adding features. And then there's the all database where you have everything installed already, so you don't have to install anything and you can test directly. You can double check bugs, and of course, you get the warnings about your own pull request or everybody's pull request. You can test them directly because it will be detected by runbot automatically, so there will be a build that you can test directly. As I said, you will be soon able to register your own repositories. If you are working on totally separate branches and you don't make pull requests to the official repositories, you'll be able to do that and register them. It's a normal Odoo server, so you'll get a login. You can log in there, similarly to the apps platform if you're familiar with it. You just log in on it and you'll be able to create a new repository and it's going to start watching it. And then, of course, being a normal module, you can fork it, you can use it, fix it, do whatever you want to customize it. A few tips and tricks that may not be well known. Oh, actually, I forgot to mention something important here. One last thing is that it extracts errors from the build results. That's completely new. Before, if something was red, you had to go look at the file with the full log of the test execution and locate the traceback or the error or whatever was wrong there to find out what to fix. Now it's going to have a special logging integration system that will extract all the logs of the build, and it should show you directly all the errors and warnings. So you don't have much to do. You just click on the main log icon that you can see here. I don't know if you can see it very well. There are 4 icons just next to each build. I can show it live just in a second. The first one that is highlighted is to connect to that live instance. It disappears as soon as it's stopped because we only keep so many running, like 100 running ones. The next one with the file icon is the log with all the errors and warnings already extracted for you. The next one is a link to the direct commit. You can watch it you can look at it on GitHub directly. And then the last one with the gear is just a drop down with all the options to directly go to the full log file or to connect to the instances. On the left side, with the name of the branch, you can see at the bottom, it's not very clear. One is with a number 278. That's a pull request. Pull request 278. We are going to change it to also display the name of the pull request, but so far it's just the number. So whenever you make a pull request, it's going to appear here directly. So the errors, I should show what it looks like in a second. Just a few extra tips. You can force a build. That was the case before. If the instance is down and you actually want to test it live, you can just ask it to rebuild again. It's in the drop-down menu. You can ask for a rebuild of the same last commit. You have the direct links. You can filter for the branches. There's a filter, a search at the top. And you can also filter on the errors. If there are many, it could be useful. One thing that is low level but could be interesting, it's safe to move and rename and play with the branches in the repository because runbot will not care about it. It's going to detect everything properly. You can even override your branch with another branch, like push force. It's going to be fine because what the API does at the GitHub API level, it just watches the tip of the branch. It gets the name, the hash of that commit, the commit number, and it just fetches that fresh every time. So it doesn't care if the history has been modified in the meantime. Can I show you? what it looks like. So we can do it like this. This is the link to the branch, not to the commit. This is the link to the commit, the individual commit. Okay. This is the link to connect to that live database. Okay. This is a 7.0. You can see it based on the look. Sorry. This is a V8. Oh, sorry. This is a V8, and you can watch it. There are two databases, all with all modules installed, and base with only base installed. So the errors, well, here there won't be anything. Actually, there are, you see, errors and warnings. Those have occurred after the build, when the instance is live. You can see the timestamps here. It's going to also continue recording it, so it's useful if you are still debugging something. Some errors occur at runtime and could be just the normal behavior when you are trying to do something that's not allowed. This is the filtered view. You can go, this is the same here, and you can see the full logs, like this one. That's if you want to have a look at the complete trace. This is how we used to work with the previous runbot. But now you don't need that. You can just get the interesting bits here. If we go look at one that has an issue, here, you'll see the errors at the top. The first ones are at the top, so this should be the problem. And what do we have here? Connect directly to this old database, base, force the build, as I was saying, access the different GitHub pages, the branch, the commit, or a comparison page in case it's not a pull request yet. And a few things for R&D. We can toggle the working progress label and the R&D label on the GitHub pull request, because this is something that GitHub doesn't allow external people to do. So if you don't have right access to our repository, you cannot normally put a label on your pull request. But it's actually useful to be able to put it with work in progress, because as I will explain in my presentation, I think it's on Friday, about the new community tools, work in progress branches aren't checked by our R&D, and it could be useful that you are still working on your pull request. You don't want to get reviews at the moment, so you can toggle the work in progress label here. And R&D is for our own internal R&D branches. And you get some information here about the runtime. You see that's something useful as well. The actual time it took to run the build is displayed directly here. So that's useful to compare the runtime of the test suite in different branches. 7.0 runs a lot faster than the other branches, obviously. So those are the pull requests. It also now displays a short version of the commit message. So that's quite useful, because the hash that is here is not very useful. This is the build number on runbot. You don't really care about that. It's an internal value. This is the name of the branch. In this case, it's the name, the number of the pull request. And this is the hash of the commit, which, well, this is the short hash, which is not very helpful. And then you have a bit of the message, and the full message comes in the tooltip. So that's useful. And I think that's it for the main features. I don't know if there are any questions regarding what I've shown. You mean the R&D process with everything? It's a work in progress, because we had all the documentation for the old process on Launchpad, and we are currently writing it. So I will show the main parts during my talk on Friday, but we are going to write everything down in the wiki on GitHub, so you'll get the full reference on how we work with issues, how we work with pull requests, when we merge what, how we decide what to merge, and everything. So that should answer everything. Oh, the source code, that's right, I forgot to mention that. We should put a link to it. When you go to the Odoo repository, which is not this link, in the organization, there's a Odoo extra repository. That's where we put extra modules, extra apps that are not part of the official distribution, and runbot is there. So you see it's a regular module with just one class. It's actually pretty small. It's like a couple hundred lines of code. So it's quite easy to read. And you can fork it and work on it as you want. And because it's a regular module, it's rather easy to install, basically, as you do with a normal module. Yes? Like running, sorry? So far it doesn't. We could add that, or you could add that by forking it and adding extra steps to do that. But at the moment, no, it just supports the built-in test suite. All right, thank you.
Bien sûr, j'arrive. Non, j'arrive.
Bonjour. Non. Oui. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'il y a vraiment besoin ou... Non, normalement, à mon avis, à moins d'un quart d'heure. Parce que je préfère pas trop le faire, parce que des fois ça presse un petit peu, c'est plus gênant qu'autre chose. D'accord. Donc si vous savez regarder juste un peu l'heure. Oui, ça va. Ok. Je peux rester sur le Odoo. Celui-ci, Opendays. Tout le temps. Ok, ça va. Sinon, c'est bien celui-là. Non, c'est. Attendez. Ouais. Celui-là, il sera plus stable. Exhibitor. Ouais, alors là, le mot de passe, c'est Opendays Odoo 14. Ouais, c'est ça. Odoo 14. Je vais le faire en moins de 10-15 minutes. Ouais. D'accord. D'accord. Ça, merci beaucoup. Sur Google Apps, intégration avec Odoo. Hello? 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 I am Guillaume Leclercq. I am a project manager at BHC. BHC is a smart company with 50 persons, and BHC is gold partner. And I am going to present Google Apps with interaction with Odoo. At first, a brief summary of Google Apps, and I will make then a demo. What's Google Apps? Google Apps is a suite of applications containing message, service, and a suite of office automation applications. Google is used to handle your email. Google Drive allows to manage your document in the same way as the Office suite. Example, to create a document text or another spreadsheet, for example. And we should be interested to more in Gmail. The Gmail user interface differs from other webmail system with its focus on search and its conversation view of email grouping replies onto a single page. You receive email of leads constantly in inbox, and you have to encode them in your Odoo, the information concerning the lead as well as the partner. We realized the integration with Odoo. We have created a server on the platform Google, and it's and through the information of Gmail towards Odoo. We use JSON RPC for connect the Google server and the Odoo server. Why integration Google Gmail? For more ease, we set up on the Google server the part configuration. We have to add no module in your Odoo. The advantage are consolidate address book, professional contact managed in Odoo, and we can manage. You can manage also personal ones in Google's contact. Your contact is accessible from Gmail. You avoid double encoding and obsolete information. Avoid copy-paste of data from email to Odoo and vice versa. And now, live demo. We have created a server on Gmail, and you put your information of Google account in this page. For example, thomas@bhe.ba, and you put your password, you test your connection. The connection is good, and Gmail is connect to your account. And now I connect my OpenARP account and connect to the demo server and test my database. I select main database of main Odoo server. I put the login and the password. And the connection is good. And now we have created an extension for the web browser. I download the extension. Okay. I open the extension menu. I put main extension. I add. Okay. I open my Gmail view. We haven't not the button, and now if I refresh this view, okay. I show in the other navigator, a web browser. And I have a new button. And now we synchronize my contact. This button. I synchronize my contact with Odoo, and I click this button, synchronization. The Gmail create a new groups, OpenARP, and it add the contact in these groups. 11 people are head. And you can show the contact. It is the same this database. And I show the detail. And for example, this contact is have not a telephone mobile, and I have to add a telephone. And now I synchronize my contact, and one person is updated. This is for the contact, and now I show you the create a lead. I take a mail, for example this, and I click this button, and I create a lead. The lead is created, and in my OpenIP, I have a new lead in my OpenIP. We have also to create an issue or a task, for example, or ticket. Ticket is created. And you can show this ticket is created. And the Odoo and you can see the email of the person, and that. Okay. It's finished. Question? Question? Yes? Not for the moment, but a future features. You use the Google API with the Google server. Yes? No, just for the Gmail for the moment. In the database, no, it's a synchronized multiple email for for one partner in Odoo. Yes. No, no Microsoft Exchange. Yes. I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Yes, for sure. It's mainly dedicated for Google Apps for Business. So when you have your own domain, it also works when with your normal Gmail account, but it's mainly dedicated for Google Apps for Business application. And the idea is to have an additional Google Apps, which is an Odoo Google Apps that you will find in the App Store as from, I hope, September. Here it's only a beta version, a prototype, but the idea is to have something available for everybody as from September. No, it's you have to see it as really as an app and not as a connector with the email system. You have the email connector to receive or send email directly from your Odoo server. That's one thing. We don't touch to that. Here it's really an integration with the interface. So from one email, you can decide to transfer or to create from this email a lead, a ticket, or whatever. But beside that, you can still have your incoming email, which are directly creating records in Odoo. It's two different things. Here, it's really the case when on your personal mailbox, you receive an email and you want to create, for example, an opportunity based on that, avoiding to do a copy-paste. You can. It's up to you to, it's a matter of configuration, yeah. Yes? With this prototype, no, but that's the idea. Indeed, if you receive a request for quotation with a document, the idea is when you create on create opportunity or create quotation, that it also link the attachment. Currently, with this version, it's not the case, but it should be fixed and it should be included, yes. Yes? But for which reason would you like to split your import and only import partially some contacts and not all of them? Okay, in this way, yes, indeed. From OpenERP contact to the Gmail contact, it's all or nothing. But on the other way around, of course, you select which contact you want to share with OpenERP. You select it in the Google contacts and you only synchronize what you want to synchronize. In the example that Guillaume showed, yes, but you can select. In fact, you put a tag on your Google contact, and based on this tag, it's synchronized or not. And the tag, it's also a group. You can assign a group OpenERP, and only the contact in the OpenERP group in your Google contact are synchronized with OpenERP. But what I mean is that in the other way around, from OpenERP to Google, it's all or nothing. Yes? That's defined based on the access right that you have on Odoo. Since you are logged in from your Google to OpenERP with your own credential, of course, you only have access to what you are allowed to see. Any other question? Please shout, because I don't see anything with this highlight. From two different people. Yes? If both people are doing the same thing, it will create two leads, indeed. But that's maybe something that we can bring in the future to have a kind of identifier to avoid duplicate records. Yes? Yes, it's stored in the, I will not enter in the very technical details, but basically it's stored in your Google account credential, in the same way that you have all your other personal information. So it's quite safe. It's authenticated, it's HTTPS connection, so it's at least as safe as your Gmail account. No, you only need a user account. It's a bad idea to put the administrator account. Yeah. Another question? Okay, thanks a lot.
Oui, on va voir. Hein.
Montrez les petits panneaux pour vous donner le timing.
Oui.
Maintenant, vu que vous êtes le dernier au moment de la journée, si on est en retard, il n'y a pas de souci. Donc, vous laissez votre aise.
Oui, oui, oui.
Si vous avez moins de problème, je sais pas si vous êtes dans l'internet ou.
Ouais, je suis dessus, en fait, j'ai déjà mis le câble. Moi, je n'en ai pas plus besoin que ça. Donc, on va la garder. On va remettre tout ça. Merci. Ça, c'est ça. Il faut le temps de s'y retrouver. J'arrive pas à faire un clone en fait. Donc, mais il faut que je retrouve. Voilà. Oui. Le clone marche pas. Ok. Oui, j'aimerais bien. Si, c'est de l'HTML. Ah, non, c'est ça qui est en prévu, donc il ne veut pas passer. Donc on ne met pas en HTML. Hop. Bah oui, mais... Si tu diminues la résolution. Ah oui. Et avec le truc NVIDIA. C'est dans résolution. Non. Bon. Non, il n'a pas fait. Il faut que je ramasse ici. Ouais. Le problème, c'est que je ne sais jamais où est ma souris. Tu as une souris? Non, je ne retrouve pas le curseur. Je ne sais pas. Donc, je l'ai mis de quel côté l'écran? Ah, le built-in, c'est celui-là. Non, je le fais à droite. Ah, ok. Sorry, just some trouble with the display. Okay. Please, please. Okay. The X server has crashed. On y arrive. Mais il n'a pas réglé les soucis. Je ne sais pas, il veut pas. Ouais, le fait que ce soit. Voilà. Cancel. Close. Et là. Close. Cancel. Ok. Et donc, il est là. Ah. Ok. C'est beaucoup mieux. Je prends. Yeah. Ok. Okay, hi. I'm Laurent Mignon from Axon. I'm a Python developer from 2000 and an Odoo developer from 9 months, no more. So I will start with 5 questions. So how many of us use or know build out? Okay. And how many of us use it for the Odoo project? 3, 4. Yes, less than 10. Okay. So, 5 hours. What does this mean? 5 hours is probably the average time needed to configure an Odoo environment on a machine. Why? Just when you start the installation of a new Odoo environment, the first step is to list the required Python package and install this on the machine. For part of us, I'm sure that the challenge starts here, since you maybe not have the required privilege to install Python package at the system level. Once these dependencies are installed, you no need to get the source for the server, for the add-ons, and for the web add-ons. At least for the version 7, since for the version 8, you know that everything is now distributed in a single package. And once it's done, if you use some extra add-ons from the community, by example, it's no time to get this. In some cases, they are available from Launchpad. In other cases, from Git. You must know how to retrieve the data from Mercurial or from Git or other version control system. Now, once you have done everything, it's now time to configure and try to start your Odoo server. Result? Doesn't work. Okay, then when you look in your error log, the error comes from a misspelled add-ons path. You fix it and try again. Doesn't work. New error. Your extra package or your extra add-ons require additional Python dependencies. You try to install this and no luck. You use the wrong version or the required version is in conflict with the one of the module installed at the system level. time passed, and after a lot of trial and error, yes, my server is started. It's now time to configure my development environment. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is the average time to configure an Odoo environment using build-out. Demo. I have a template of my project, so I'll copy my project. Oops, pardon. First of all, okay. Okay. First things I do is to create a virtual arm. Once my virtual arm is created, since my environment is based on build-out, I need to install the build-out module. Oh, no. Typo. I have retrieved the build-out configuration from a VCS or from my colleague. Here you can see the configuration. Oops. Oops, it's not the right directory. The configuration. Okay, I run it. And as you can see, the system will properly install everything required to run your OpenRP server and to configure your development environment for PDF, an Eclipse add-ons to develop Python inside Eclipse. So the first thing that the build-out done is to retrieve the sources from one repository. In our case, we used the last Verit version from the Git. And to avoid some trouble in the connection, I clone a local repository of my machine. So just it's probably the longest operation in the process of building my environment. Okay. Okay, it's done. It checked out the right branch, and no luck, an error. The error is just because in the last commit on Friday, file has moved from the Odoo directory to the subdirectory Odoo/setup. So to avoid this problem, and since the problem will be solved in Odoo by reverting the last change, I'll just copy the required files by hand. And I relaunch my build out, but this time the clone is already done, and the build out has detected all dependencies required by the Odoo server and install it in my project. As you can see, I have never specified any dependencies required. I have even installed one of those dependencies by myself. Everything is done by build-out. Okay, everything is done now. If I have some luck, the server will start. It starts. It works. Now, it's time to configure my Eclipse. Yeah, okay. Not on the right screen. Okay. So I already have other project open, and I just choose to import an existing project, and I'll use my new project that has been automatically configured by the build-out process. And as you can see, everything is there. And my Eclipse is fully functional. event is there on the right project. And when I open the modules, you can see that the pep checker works as expected. If I fix the first warning, you see that everything is okay, and that the documentation is available on contextually available on under your cursor. You can even run your projects run and debug your project with Eclipse. So the build-out has generated some kind of script that we all use to start the server, since the script contains some code to avoid some trouble when you have put your add-ons directly in the Python path, since Odoo requires to only put your add-ons in the configuration file. I'll create a new configuration based. I already have one from a previous attempt, and I'll use it. So you see that I use a script generated in my bin directory stat, and I give to my starter some args to enable, for example, in our case, to debug some unit test or to launch some unit test from OpenRP. So here I can use we'll debug the test created for the new API. Okay, I will put a breakpoint and just start my test in debug mode using my command. Just some time to have the results, because when you start the test with OpenRP, with the start OpenRP script, they run all the tests of modules that the currently tested module depends. Is it running? Yeah. Oops, an error, choice. So there is an error, I don't know why. It's probably the demo effect. No chance. Okay, so I'll create another script just to start my server from Eclipse. It's really easy. I duplicate this one. I use the same parameter, and I just remove everything not needed for my, oh shit. your server run from Eclipse. So in this way, you have all the capabilities to debug your running server, to develop your running server, and so you have a fully configured development environment. Okay, more than 5 minutes, but less than 5 hours. So, behind just the curtain, thanks to build-out, source from the Odoo server and other add-ons have been retrieved, the required Python dependencies installed, the configuration file generated in the same time as the starter script, and everything required to import your own environment as a Python project into Eclipse. Yeah, that's right. Okay, how is it possible? Just because we use 3 main components, 3 main systems: build-out, a recipe from anybox, anybox.recipe.openrp, and a recipe created by Axon that extends the one from anybox just to configure your Eclipse. Build-out is a Python-centric build tools, and it works with eggs, as you have seen. So in other words, all required eggs are automatically installed by the build-out. It's repeatable. In other words, if you give your build-out configuration to your colleague, he can run the build-out and get the same result. It's really a nice feature if you want to share the same way to initialize your build-out, your environment between all your developers. And it's developer-oriented. As you can see, build-out use the syntax of the config parser, where you define parts, and each part use a recipe. A part is a step in the build process. The anybox recipe.openrp is really a very, very powerful recipe for build-out. If you need some more information on build-out, on this recipe, a session is scheduled Friday afternoon, and George Racinet from Anybox will explain in more details how the recipe can cover a lot of requirements in your project management, from the development to the installation of your server in a production environment. There are a lot of features that have to be explained and to be discovered from this recipe, and really go to this presentation. I think it's really a good tool. Okay. And the last recipe is just an extension to the first one, and it reuses all the information collected by the bash recipe from Anybox just to generate 2 files required by Eclipse, the .pdf files and the .eclipse project. No more else. So once you use Eclipse, you benefit from a lot of functionalities, but all the functionalities are explained in the PDF project on the pdf.org. So if you have some question. sorry. Of your distribution, you need to install some requirement needed to build the Python dependencies. And for Ubuntu, Anybox has developed a Debian package that you can install, and the package install all the required dependencies required to build all the Python models that the builder will use, that OpenRP will use. So it's the only thing you need to do before you can initialize your environment and start to build your project. This kind of build is portable, so you can use build out on your Mac or your Linux. And another advantage is that this kind of build is written in Python. You can easily define and develop your own recipe to do specific tasks. And you have, and a lot of recipe exist in PyPy to do a lot of things. You can use, one recipe we use a lot of time is Mr. Developer, and this recipe, by example, enable you to use some develop eggs from other repository from Git. So a required eggs for your application, you can use Mr. Developer to specify where the source are available and use only the develop source of your eggs in your project. So there are a lot of other recipes available. This kind of feature is possible. I think that George can say how to do this kind of stuff, because I think that it's possible with some functionalities of anybox.recipe.openrp. Okay, thank you. It's time to go to the bar.
Good morning, Philippe Fontaine. You are the managing director at Axon.
Yes.
Tell me more about your company.
Okay. So our company was established in 1989 with the aim of developing bespoke applications based on open standards, and XML, or the previous standard of XML, SGML, at the very beginning. And we were acquired by Software AG in 1999, and we kept on developing projects for large organizations till 2011, and then we decided to create again our company Axon in June 2011, thanks to a managing buyout. And at that moment, we decided to go to Odoo for our own purposes, meaning project management, accounting, CRM. And this was the beginning of the story with Odoo.
And why choosing Odoo at the first time?
Yes, at that time, we had a look on the market, and we found software like Salesforce.com or Opendays, so expensive American products. So since our DNA is open standard, open source, we look after, let's say, a software that can, let's say, manage our project and so on. And we came to Odoo, and then we succeeded to convince our accountant to go from Sage to Odoo as well. And this was really the beginning of the story. And since the platform is very well done, flexible and so on, we decided to have Odoo as a platform to develop business applications for our customers. And we start actually a real business with Odoo, and currently we have a competency center with more than 10 people making projects for different kinds of customers with Odoo.
Do you have a business case that you are proud of and you can share with all the people?
Oh yes, we have several.
Just one.
Several. First, our own business case, I can say. So we succeeded to implement Odoo in about 6 months to manage the whole company. We have a company based in 2 countries, Luxembourg and Belgium, and we have consolidated accounts. 50 people, and we managed to implement the accounting, the CRM, the project management, and a part of HR management as well in less than 6 months. Then we are currently working for the European Parliament, and we put in place a CRM, a global CRM project, so that the Parliament can manage all the mass mailing, the contact management, and so on. So we are very proud of it as well. It should be finished at the end of the month. And maybe I can just mention 2 other ones. The first is for the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, where we manage all the mandates, the member, the state structure, the CRM, and so on. This is one. And the other one is from the retail sector for the how do you say that, the online supermarket in a drive type of market, and this is for the Wink shops. It's an initiative from Deleuze and Match Group, and we succeeded in less than 9 months from scratch with the Odoo and other open source software to have the first shop online in less than 9 months, which was a real challenge.
Now about the Opendays. Last year you were already there during the Opendays?
Yes.
How do you find the new place, the new venue and the new organization?
Oh well, I find it very exciting. I mean, I'm not sure it's very interesting for leads and opportunities. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting to meet people like you, to meet people from Odoo. You know, our competency center, they are in contact on a day-to-day basis with all people from Odoo, but they haven't touched them or they haven't seen their face. And this is very important for them as well. So a lot of training activities, a lot of let's say events, fun, and it's very exciting, and we are very proud to be there, and we love to be there.
And what about the presentation, the session? Did you have the chance to attend one of?
Yes, well, the session of this morning, of course. I mean, Fabien is an excellent lecturer, and Xavier as well. So it was very a good show. I mean, and you know, a lot of ambiance, atmosphere. It was very good. From a technical point of view, I think that Antony is a real, I don't know what, it's a real king, if you wish. Now, to be honest, having installed during the plenary session, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not a technician guy, so so this was very good. And the talks of this afternoon, very good as well, about different use cases, about the e-commerce platform, very interesting one. So yes, good quality.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Nick.
Good
you
morning.
are director at Raccoon.
Yes.
What's your company provide to customers?
Well, we provide VPSs with Odoo pre-installed on it, and that means not only installed but pre-configured as well. Optimized for Odoo, for the speed of Odoo, and to get everything very stable running. And we want to focus on the managed service on top of it. So a VPS is a virtual private server, and it allows you to host OpenERP, Odoo, on just a SaaS platform.
Okay, thank you. I will ask to Rob, who are consultant at Raccoon.
Yes.
Why selecting Raccoon as a VPS provider?
Like my director said, Raccoon is installing, is not just a VPS provider. We install Odoo and pre-configure Odoo. We optimize Odoo. That this Odoo installation has the most, that is, sorry.
Good morning, Rob. You are consultant at Raccoon. Tell
Yes.
me more about your company.
Raccoon is a VPS provider. We deliver OpenERP Odoo pre-installed and optimized with our team that has experience since 2008 with OpenERP. We really know how to install Odoo in the most optimal way to perform at maximum speed.
Okay. And you talked about a VPS in your answer?
Yes. VPS is a virtual private server. It's a box dedicated to the customer, and the customer is in charge of the VPS.
So you are specialized in VPS providing?
Yes, we provide VPS, but especially optimized for OpenERP Odoo.
And why selecting your company for VPS provider than another company?
Our company has strong experience since several years, since 2008, with installing OpenERP. We already did more than 1,000 installations with OpenERP. We really know how to install this OpenERP Odoo systems. On top, our team is doing their best every day to optimize the installation procedures. We have checklists in place to really make sure that every installation is running the best it can.
You talked a lot about optimized VPS. What does that mean?
Yeah, optimized is a way of installation and selecting the operating system. Let's say tweaking the operating system and make sure that everything is in place, what needs to be in place to have the Odoo installation up and running.
And what is included in the managed services?
With managed service, we monitor your systems. We install updates on the OS layer. We make sure that the system is patched so that security patches are in place. There is an extended support available. And of course, the backup regime is more extended than the unmanaged systems.
Okay, now I will ask Nick, who is the director at Raccoon. I know that Raccoon is part of a big network.
Correct.
Can you tell me more about that?
Everything. I can tell you that Raccoon is part indeed of the Genius group of network, and within Genius we have several services where Odoo is one of them. And in Raccoon, it's just a brand which was founded organically from within the organization, and it allows us to have so many pluses. We can take the experience of the Odoo team, which is continuously developing, and that allows us to make such a better experience for our customers in Raccoon as well.
Why did you choose OpenERP in the first place?
Oh, that goes back to 2008.
Odoo now Odoo, but...
Well, in this case, Odoo, we have chosen it in 2008 in the name of Tiny ERP version 4 even. But it was just a great tool, and we saw the visionary of the CEO, Fabien, and we still believe that the visionary is good. and that this software is the way to go.
And now I have a few questions about the event itself.
Of course.
So,
yes.
how do you find the event this year, the Opendays?
It's very vibrant, and vibrant is the best word. It's called Opendays. I feel all the people are very open, and like I said, it's vibrant. Everybody is enthusiastic, and well, an event doesn't need to be more. And there is good food, by the way.
And what about the sessions?
Well, because I have been attending on the exhibition, I have not found so many time to attend these sessions. But I know the people that are around here, and I expect that the level will be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.